welcome again to another episode of Critical Critique. This time with 200% more VPN. Sorry, we were just talking before. Apparently, DL Site has created their own VPN or something.
Just for
DL Site, yeah, just so you can get your hentai games, yeah. Very, very funny.
So don't mind me doing things in the background because I did a very silly thing and forgot something important.
Yeah. So basically, yeah, that was what we were talking about before. Yeah, funny. It was very, very funny. It was very funny. Yeah, very funny. Them trying to circumvent payment processor nonsense, right? I'm assuming. Because that was the whole reason they had to block. They have to block tags, and it's super annoying because you want to go to a game. The game doesn't even have to be lolly or whatever. It can have school setting,
a uniform. Oh no, it has a uniform block.
Yeah, and it's like, oh, sorry, this isn't available in your region. And it's like, oh man. Hopefully this will fix that, I guess, but we'll see.
Yeah, it is funny where I gave it a test, and if I browse my regular old NOS Pintanel, the national news site, it doesn't register any extra downloads, megabytes downloaded for all the images and articles and all that stuff, right? But if I press refresh on the L site or navigate to another page on the L site, it does register downloads used through this mini VPN.
It's a funny cat and mouse game, right? With it coming up, because I remember back in the day, you had like the PayPal trick where it was you'd go to the non-R18 site, the general site, and then you could buy your points using PayPal, and then that got taken away, and then the payment processes started getting taken away, and then they had to figure out how to get them back, and then they had to censor tags, and then they had to do some other stuff. But they keep trying to find new and creative ways to basically just be like, fuck the system. And I respect it. I respect fuck the system, right? I like it.
Also, don't forget to join the Watch Together. Did I? forgot to...
did you post? Yeah. You remembered just now to post. Yeah, we're very professional, guys. Don't worry about it.
We had I had something to share with Naretsu, and he was very excited.
We got very distracted by the idea of, oh yeah, we're doing fucking DL site Pacific fucking VPN just for your hentai. Yeah, sounds great. I've sent it off to my cybersecurity expert friend to see if it's actually legit. But I'd be interested. No, but I would be interested to see how it works. I'd be interested. Do they just route all the traffic through Japan? Do they just have a server in Japan to route the traffic? Because it isn't hard to make a VPN, right? You can make a VPN at home with an old laptop and.
If you have access to the server at your location, you can route traffic through there.
Yeah, there's making a VPN yourself is not necessarily difficult. So I'm wondering if that's what they've done, is they've just made they just have a VPN operating in the office, and they just let people fucking.
I don't know how it works. I'm not the VPN expert.
Well, that's why I sent it. That's why I sent it to Mandark, because if anyone's going to be able to figure out what's going on, it'll be him. So yeah, that's some funny shit.
Yeah, but anyway, enough about DL site.
Enough about that. I haven't been doing anything. I've just been the never-ending Skyrim mines, slowly working on that mod list. Just the never-ending fucking. Oh, that mod updated. Oh, that mod. Oh, new mod. That's cool. Oh, new fucking problem I have to try and fix, right? Oh, no. Oh, shit, right? Just never ending that going on in Skyrim right now. But other than that, a lot of anime this season, talking about later.
I've mostly been. I've been in the Noita mines. I started like.
Yeah, you've been in the literal mines. Yeah.
Let me do one Noita run, just one, right? Just for that one hit. And then it turns into a god run where nothing can kill you, or a million things can kill you, even in a god run. But it's a little bit more unlikely. If I have wands that kill everything on sight immediately when you enter the frame of view. If I can cast infinite healing magic on myself, keeping me healed. I can swim through lava with my health pool barely taking a hit. I can go so fast when I hit something, I leave an impact crater. And then I saw a boss around. And that's boss. Let me just aim with my everything, build my 1 billion damage wand in a single frame. And I shoot, and then it reflects all the damage back to me. And I get hit by 1 billion damage, and I die. Run over.
Yep, that's how it goes.
That's how Noita goes.
That's Noita for you. Fun times.
So that's because Noita is a great game, but it really is. I mean, I'm better at it now than I was before, but really, when you're not prepared for the end, it really can hit you. Like, I spent hours, and one dumb mistake, one drop of polymorphine, one just slight knockback into a vat of acid, and your whole run is over. When you thought you had something good, and it was all over. The trick is never have hope that you will survive longer than the next minute.
Never have hope.
Never have hope.
Oh no, God, dude. But yeah, no. Fun. Yeah. So that's been fun. Yeah, not a lot else going on really. Just
I mean, busy week at job, doing a lot of emailing, calling. Hey, can you do this? All right, I can try. La 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 la. Send things out. Receive this. Look if I can do this. No, I can't. Yes, I can. I will email next week. La 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 la. Big office hours. Big office work.
Yeah. So anywho, I don't know. I guess we could just get straight into the.
Sure.
I don't have anything else to really talk. I don't have anything else to really talk about.
Well, I mean, the whole DL site erased all other.
That just like took over everything. Yeah, it's like this changes everything has changed. I could goon again.
Well, the good thing is that even if you have something if you bought something on DL site, you can always download it regardless of the price.
Yeah. You can always get. So Fantasy has a token problem.
Token.
I'm horrible. You know me. I'm horrible. I'm bad at English. ESL, even though I'm fucking ES Fist, right?
Well, you have a heritage, I suppose. You can blame your blood.
I can blame my blood, but so you said you skimmed this and that it was good. Or that it was maybe good,
it has this one. I skimmed this and I just judged it as massive generalizations, so we can criticize that.
Okay, because we were gonna do Moon's had a new video come out apparently about
Moon Channel,
America, and you were like, this is just dull as shit.
It is. I mean, it's kind of a sequel.
This is dry.
To spoil, to talk about the video. I skipped the first 10 minutes, but that's how when you get your thesis in. That's my excuse for talking as if I know what it is about. Because Moon made Moon Channel made a video and also a channel to upload the video where he talked about the soft power of Japan, right? And it was all about how
Sword and Scale, I believe his name is.
Sword, the study of swords, I believe.
Study of swords. Yeah, I always get his name I always get the note because there's like 50 billion like channels that have like sword, right? So I have to like
His channels
sift
were
through the filing
remarkably
cabinet to
not
find
about
the correct
swords
one.
most of the time.
Yeah. So he put out a really good takedown of that video back in the day, and actually really good. Going over all the problems with it. And so so that video was not great because it essentially boiled down to Japan bad, Japan bigly bad, something something war crimes, something something anime is soft power, something something brainwash you to forget war crimes. That's what I vaguely recall the
Yeah,
general
the
gist
idea
of the
that
video
you
being.
I mean, it was all about, soft power. Japan has a lot of soft power because it makes fun things. And
Yeah, and it kind of ties into the whole like conspiracy that I've talked about before about how like anime is not like, oh, there's like these creative people in Japan, right? Like manga artists and authors and shit like that,
and a
and they're all making
framework where it easily distributes, or
yeah,
you can easily
they're
reach an
all
audience.
making their little creative stories. No, Ellie, the government is controlling everything. Everything is the Japanese government making anime. It's all propaganda. You don't understand, right? Like it's that conspiracy theory brain shit, right? And Moons kind of ties into that because I have a feeling Moons is Korean, or is like, because he talks about like Korean shit a lot in terms of like the gotcha game stuff and whatnot. I remember because that was one of the videos I did watch of his. And we covered that one gotcha game video of his like ages ago, like it would have been a few years now.
Probably, yeah.
And yeah, he talks about like the Korean, like I have a feeling there's some like good old fashioned Japanese Korean racism going on there. But apparently this new one is essentially that, but America.
So from the first 10 minutes, right, and the video is like 2 hours long, something
like
stupid.
the video is like 2 hours long. Yeah.
But the first 10 minutes, right, lay kind of the groundwork where it first says, well, what about America's soft power? Because, America will we are using the internet on America terms, with America language, etc., with American payment processors, with American moral codes, all that stuff, right? Well, and here I would agree with Moon here. He says, well, America doesn't really wield much soft power. It wields far more hard power, where it can just enforce the moral codes.
We can just bomb our
Yeah.
right.
And it's not, and of course, it is not, you can have. It's not like you cannot have both. That you cannot have a combination.
Yeah, I would argue like a problem with the, like, maybe we should at some point cover. I mean, it's 2 hours long, so we probably won't. But like America has a shitload of soft power, and he might not realize that because I don't know. Again, he might be in Korea, or he might be like a lawyer somewhere, or he might even be American, right? He might actually be American, right? When you're not an American, like Ellie, I could turn on my TV right now. And high likelihood it will be an American TV show that is on the like New Zealand fucking television, right?
Yeah, but there's one.
The idea of like, oh, America just doesn't like you like have any soft power or whatever, it's all hard power, is like, again, and I know that's probably not his entire point because you're just giving me the TLDR of the first 10 minutes or whatever, but like, that's fucking retarded, right?
So
from my perspective as a non-American, right?
So it's not, the argument is really that all the movies and all the TV shows don't make us like America more, right? That's the kind of the essence of soft power. What you want from soft power, that you are that the power, hard or soft, makes you more amicable to the nation, to the country. oh, you don't need to worry about the Netherlands. They have like fancy tulips and wooden clogs. And they have a king and talk a silly language and has a lot of types of cheese, right? And with orange, will you like orange, right? Look at our channel. There's a lot of orange, kind of by coincidence, but hey.
Yeah.
So
So
that's the soft power, and the hard power is that we actually have like a fairly significant navy. So we
have like a nuke. We have like a nuke hidden somewhere.
we have
but
actually
like
a
no,
nuke
it's
hidden.
yeah.
But
like
you like the Netherlands because we portray this image, and we try to every country tries to put out a positive image, and that's kind of the soft power. But for all the movies that America makes, it's not like we forget that also America bombs a lot of countries, has dragged us in multiple wars, one currently
yeah,
ongoing.
it's interesting. I feel like there is an interesting discussion to be had there around like the Japanese it, I don't, again, because I don't buy into the whole conspiracy theory that you can like fucking force soft power, or like no,
No,
not
not
force
no.
soft power. Maybe not force is the like that's because that's the thing. I don't like, again, artists creating art of their own volition, to me, like, I don't see like the through line, right? Like the intent through line, right? Like, I don't think a lot of Japanese creatives or even American creatives, right, are specifically making art with the purpose of, oh, I'm gonna make America look so cool. I'm gonna make. I'm sure there are artists that do, right?
And
Obviously, because
they are often enough
free
not
will.
very nice because it's kind of transparent most of the time,
Like
right?
you have Michael Bay and his like military shit, right, and Transformers, right, where it's like it's clearly like,
I
oh, I
was more
partnered with
thinking
the
about
U.S.
I saw like
military,
one
right?
movie recently, and it was about an Obama stand-in crash landing in the middle of Finland, and some Finnish native Highlander Arctic Circle native boy who wants to be a hunter like his father and goes through a whole trial of adulthood, and in the meantime he saves the president from whatever, and it's all about, hey, Finnish rugged terrain and America winning against some terrorism.
Mm, right.
Uh, so yeah, and it was very kind of transparently American at that point. It was funny in that
Yeah,
sense.
but like I said, I don't. Yeah, again, I don't see the like the through like this grand like conspiracy from
No, no,
Japan
no, no.
to like soft power control the world or something and make you forget about the war crimes, right? So yeah, we were going to possibly do that, but then you said it was going to be shit, and it's like 2 hours long. So we ended up landing on fantasy token problem. I mean, is it really like, I don't know if you can have a problem, like, because essentially this is like arguing, oh, the foundations of the entire fucking genre are a problem, right? Because Tolkien's work is so influential to the genre of fantasy, right? Um, like
Hmm.
you can see Tolkien-esque influences and like everything from like Warhammer Fantasy all the way to like, you know, fucking anything and everything, right? And even stuff that is influenced by stuff that was influenced by, like we have this kind of simulacrum kind of situation going on where you'll have like this massive chain of lineages going on. So I'm interested to kind of see how it's a problem, why it's a problem, right? Because again, how can you have like a problem with like the foundational element of a thing, right? Um, I don't
Yeah,
know
I
if
mean,
you've
I
got a
skimmed
take on
it,
that.
so I know what it's kind of about. It's but we can watch the video and you can learn
All
about
right,
it.
all right. Well, let me grab my actual. So here we're gonna come over here. We're gonna nice hiss, nice hiss.
Hey.
There we go. All right. let's get to it.
Yes, all of them. Before anyone starts typing, yes, that means Link from The Legend of Zelda.
Oh, he started
That
with
means
like
Dobby
kill
from the
all
Harry-
elves. Also,
Oh,
kill all elves, and then he goes all seriously with it. Also, Dobby.
Dobby's like he's an elf, but it's like a different kind of. It's more like a goblin-y type.
He's more of
thing.
like I would call him like in my language, it's my culture basically, right? This little pagan-y fable myths, right? European fable myths. I would call him like a kabouter. It would be like a gnome, like one of those garden gnomes with the red hats.
Dobby the gnome, and you've been gnomed. Sorry, old meme. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, I don't know. But
anyway,
the fable is right that these little well, on Texel they're called like soultjes, even a different type of of the same thing. Where if you leave dirty cutlery out, dirty knives, forks, and all spoons, they'll come into your house, clean it, and disappear in the morning. And if the sunlight hits them, they'll turn to stone. So if you have like odd shaped stones outside, if you find them, those are petrified soultjes. And they clean your spoons in the middle of the night and leave before you can catch them. Also, they drag children into water and drown them. Don't worry about it. But anyway, Dobby is inspired by those creatures, not really an elf.
So anywho, let's continue.
And that also means Frieren. All of them. Except maybe Buddy the Elf. Now,
I don't know why, but he's very quiet on my end.
Yeah, he's weird. Kind of muffled.
I have my volume like maxed the fuck out on the video.
I can up this video for change.
For the chat, yeah, for the sake of the chat, I guess they can make him a little louder because I can't make him literally any louder than he is on my end. It's very weird. He's still very muffled. I'm kind of confused, but anyway.
To be clear, I'm picking on elves today because as fans of the channel know, I'm kind of an elf hater.
Yo, that's racist! That's racist!
But plenty of fantasy races could be standing in their place. The dwarves and the orcs specifically, to name a few. And even saying that, I might even agree that dwarves suffer from the problems that we'll discuss later worse than elves. But it's kind of the point of dwarves to be the way they are. There's not really any pretentious dwarf lovers claiming that they have a totally new and unique take that is going to revolutionize fantasy. Elf fans, on the other hand. So today we're talking about the elves, because elves encapsulate the problems better than anyone else. The mysterious ancient precursor civilization that has somehow existed in every fantasy setting ever written. The only race that feels more like a checkbox.
The complaint is that there are a lot of them.
I guess I'm not really seeing like the big issue yet, right? Like, okay, elves are a common trope, a common thing in the media. But okay, I guess. Okay. Oh man. All right, let's keep
going. Something unique. And before we go any further, I should probably give credit where credit is due. This video is heavily inspired by the essay written by Brandon Sanderson called Kill the Elves. If you're a Brandon Sanderson fan, you have probably heard of this before. And no, despite the title, the essay is not actually about murdering every pointy-eared creature in fantasy, perennial white strike be praised, but the basic argument is that fantasy has a tendency to cling to the same ideas, races, archetypes, and assumptions long after they stop being interesting. Too many writers end up copying the surface-level aesthetics of fantasy instead of creating something new. Now, Sanderson and I don't agree on everything, and this isn't going to be a summary of his essay, but the core idea stuck with me.
What is his idea, though? Well,
yeah, he doesn't really talk about like okay, I'm referencing this guy, right? This is my reference. but what does the guy actually fucking say, right? Like, what does he actually like? Because I don't know that guy. I don't watch his stuff. I don't know. Is he like some like big writer man or something? Like, does he do?
I remember. Hey, 50. I
Yeah,
remember that I think I remember like the thumbnail at least, and I can understand that if you're just reusing the same concept over and over, it could be boring. But in that sense, right, to preempt or something to that effect, um, is that not also the case with just liches and zombies and all
it's like
that?
the case with fucking literally everything. like elves, dwarves, dragons, it's all been remixed and rehashed and retold, and even before, Tolkien, whatnot, right? Like elves and fucking, fantasy ideas. You were just talking about, you know, you know, the pagan mythos, right? The
Mm-hmm.
pagan little creatures and stuff, right? Like there's been like throughout history, all of these different ideas and whatnot that have it's just been constantly rechurned and reimagined and redone over and over again.
Yeah,
I'm
even
like,
I called them I call them kabouters, but the English know them as gnomes. On Texel
yeah,
specifically, they're called sobbeltjes.
yeah,
The
yeah. So
Finnish also
it's
have like wasn't like the Finnish. Oh no, maybe it's like no, in Ireland, right? In Ireland, there's a mountain, and when there was a road being constructed, they went, nah, nah,
mm,
nah, not through this mount. That's where the fantasy creatures live. You have to go
yeah,
around.
it'll cause a lot of fucking problems. You better.
Yeah.
but
So,
it's but again, it's like I don't really like see the problem with this. It just seems like kind of a natural sort of thing, and it's not like every single like. Okay, I guess you could say there's like the idea of the generic elf, right? Like, oh, they're long
the
lived, right?
platonic ideal elf.
Tend to be a bit snooty sometimes because they're like, have fucking complexes and stuff, right? Around the fact that they're like, oh, we're the ancients or whatever, right?
Mm.
Um, and so I kind of like I can understand. Okay, I see elves everywhere. Elves, I find elves annoying, whatever, right? The thing is again, I just don't have the same feelings, so I can't relate. I can't relate to this idea of I we have to kill all the elves figuratively, right? In a figurative sense. Uh, just
Yeah, but in a sense, this is um the elves are kind of already existed before, and that was
mm,
in the shape of like the Atlanteans in the old Greek myth. That there was like we had like a good nations of the Phoenicians, and they were so cool. But then there was this land beyond Atlantis, beyond like the Bergen Straits, right? And they had everything they
mm,
ever wanted, but they're all haughty and dressed in fine jewelry, but
mm,
they were lacking in philosophy and strength of mind and body. They were all
mm,
haughty and had everything they ever wanted, but they started to conquer everything everywhere except the Phoenicians. But because they were super duper cool, and they
mm.
fought, they fended off the Atlanteans, and then they asked
Yeah.
Poseidon, "Hey Poseidon, can you do something about them?" And then Poseidon killed all the Atlanteans and sealed off the Strait of Gibraltar.
And then they sent Atlantis to the Pegasus Galaxy.
Basically.
Sorry, I've been watching Atlantis, Stargate Atlantis lately. I am not finished with SG1 yet, but I started Atlantis because they kind of like Atlantis like starts like somewhere in the middle of SG1.
Yeah, they have like
Um,
a star. It's fun Star Trek. Not Star
oh,
Trek.
Stargate, yeah,
Stargate
Stargate,
is
yeah.
fun.
It's good, yeah. I've been enjoying it. I just watched this episode where like they find an ancient who's like exile to some planet and has to protect these humans on this planet because they couldn't let go of their humanly fucking desires to ascend properly, even though they ascended, but because they couldn't let the planet get taken by the Wraith, right? They're like, she gets exiled to the planet and can't like help. The whole thing with the ancients, I will say, is kind of fucking just annoying because it's like, oh yeah, I understand the whole like, oh, we're ascended beings, we can't interfere with the lower beings, we can't do anything
Oh,
because
but when
we're oh
Anubis, an
no.
ascended being, decides to mess with the
Yeah, like the one fucking ascended being that gives a shit, right? It's like, listen, I caused this problem, so I'm gonna fix it, right? And because now in SG1 we've got the Ori showing up,
oh
Hollow
yeah,
Ori,
those
right? The
people,
fucking
yeah.
the Ori have shown up, right? And they've done this weird fucking shit where they've broken the rules by like conceiving like a Christ-like girl that has the knowledge of the fucking Ori in her or whatever. And it's like you have these ascended beings, and the Ori are specifically trying to kill the fucking whatever they're called. They're not called ascended, but like, there's a different race of ascended beings or whatever. Stargate's good. Stargate's good. Hope the fight to continue to try and save Stargate is fucking great. And continues.
But anyway, no.
Yeah.
The Atlanteans, right? The Atlanteans were also basically elves. They were more technologically advanced. They were, super powerful. They were all haughty and messed with, the good people, right? But their own hubris destroyed them in some way, and that's basically the concept of an elf, right? Super powerful, haughty, conquered all the land, but that haughtiness, that arrogance, destroyed them in some way, and they are now a remnant of their former selves. Of course, in the Atlantis myth, Poseidon just killed the entirety of Atlantis and sunk them to the sea because the Phoenicians were so super awesome. This is a real story, I swear. No, you cannot look at the source that I claim I have. It's Egyptian. You wouldn't be able to read it anyway. I can read Egyptian. Don't worry about it. So yeah, that's basically elves before they were elves.
Yeah. And yes, Stargate is good. Stargate is very. But anywho, let's
watch, play, and write, or I noticed the same thing. For a genre built entirely around imagination, fantasy can be surprisingly repetitive, and nowhere is this more obvious than with elves. Also, before we continue, if my voice sounds a little rough today, it's because I'm currently recovering from a sickness. So, apologies in advance if I sound like I'm doing
fucking volume a little bit, buddy.
Also, if you enjoy videos like this, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe. If you'd like to support the channel directly, check out the Patreon or channel memberships, and if you want to join us, join the Discord. All of the links will be down in the description below. Now, with all of that out of the way, let's get into the video. So, why does every fantasy world feel the same? Well, if we're going to answer that question, we have to talk about Tolkien first. Because whether you love him, hate him, or have somehow made it this far into a fantasy video without knowing who he is, J.R.R. Tolkien's fingerprints are all over the fantasy genre. Honestly, it's hard to overstate just how much of an achievement The Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit were. J.R.R. Tolkien was a professor of language and mythology, and those interests found their way
really
into
need
everything
this,
he
right?
created. Today,
this is not important.
I don't think it really helps to be like, here is the entire history of Tolkien. Yeah, big. Like, it doesn't feel particularly like relevant. Like, I feel like you could just easily go, Lord of the Rings, Tolkien, you bing bang wham bam, right? Like, you don't have to do like a whole section on.
Unless you go into
Tolkien was a professor. He was a professor of language, and
unless you go into where the movies got their image of an elf from, unless you go into where
Mm.
Tolkien got his idea from elves from.
Yeah.
I mean, I mentioned quickly, like the higher Harry Potter house elves are not elves as we know from Tolkien. They are from gnomes, more the more of the fable European fable creatures from the gardens, from the from farmlands and all that stuff.
But anywho, yeah.
Unless he goes there, I'm not interested.
Let's get through this. Let's see what he's gonna say.
Deep world building is expected. If somebody releases a fantasy book, people expect enough background information to keep a YouTuber employed for the next 10 years. To no one else would I attribute this standard to than J.R.R. Tolkien himself. His world building was massive and comprehensive. Tolkien spent years developing languages like Sindarin,
Legolas Thranduilion,
Govannas Finguinen, Haldir Olorien.
drawing from inspirations from real-world languages such as Finnish and Welsh. Middle-earth was heavily influenced by the myths and legends he spent his life studying, particularly Norse mythology, Anglo-Saxon literature, and works like Beowulf. Even the dwarves took inspiration from Old Norse sources, with many of their names being lifted directly from the Poetic Edda. What made Tolkien different was that he didn't invent elves, or dwarves, or magic, or dragons. Those things already existed in folklore. The difference was how seriously he treated them. Middle-earth felt less like a setting and more like a place that existed long before the story started and would continue existing even after it ended. When readers encountered that level of depth for the first time, it completely changed what fantasy could be. And obviously,
changing audio level.
So sudden I had to redo that take another day when I wasn't sick, and but no, all he's really just doing is like, oh yeah, Tolkien good. It's like yeah, I guess.
This is not. I expected a little bit more. I mean, this is kind of what I asked for, but not really. I was more thinking about name the specific myths of elves that he's drawing from. Not, oh yeah, he borrowed the name from Gaelic or Welsh or something. Because it's also relatively well known that the whole world of Lord of the Rings is basically a Christian creation myth, a Christian world. It works on Christian logic, basically.
Which kind of tracks, which kind of tracks when you consider the like. I'm pretty sure he wasn't he?
He was. He was like Catholic, maybe. I don't know. I'm not
like
specifically
Catholic.
sure.
I'd have to relook into it, but like, it's one of those like product of its time, right? Kind of things, right?
Also,
because obviously, yeah.
Not to. Dune was written at the same time or around the same time as Tolkien, or at least when Tolkien was still alive. And the thing I've heard, I was told, that Tolkien really didn't like Dune at all. He kind of hated it. Because it was just... Tolkien was a linguist, a world builder in that sense. While Dune was written by journalists inspired by the 90s oil crisis in the Middle East. So, Dune was all about...
they're very different goals.
Yeah,
right?
because Dune doesn't really have like a heroic hero's journey in that sense, right? There's no grand good versus evil. There's no hero quests in Dune in that sense. While in The Lord of the Rings, there absolutely is a force against good and evil. A hero rises up to face the challenges. Blah 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 blah. So, if I remember correctly, Tolkien really didn't like kind of the pessimism, the bleakness of Dune. And I don't know if the author of Dune
he was a bit of a hope maxer.
He was a bit of a hope maxer. Yeah, it's a good way to phrase it.
Yes, he's a hope maxer.
So Tolkien didn't like Dune. I don't know if the Dune writer was he called Hubert? I think he was.
I don't remember, but because I've
If
Oh,
I
speaking
remember,
of
like the
that,
cover, I see a name called
the
Hubert
third
on.
Dune, the third Dune movie is coming out.
Yeah, there was like a trailer. I haven't watched it. I'm going to watch the
Oh,
movie.
it's looking good. It's looking good. I mean, I've watched the first two. It's pretty good. It's
I'm
alright.
going to watch the third movie anyway. I don't need the trailer to convince me.
You're going to see Paul Atreides fucking do some genocide.
Yeah, going in on this holy jihad.
It's time for some genocide. But no, it's yeah. So far with the video, I'm kind of like, yeah. Let's keep going.
People loved it. The problem is, after Tolkien, fantasy spent a long time trying to be Tolkien. Now, to be fair, that's a completely understandable reaction. If somebody effectively creates the modern fantasy genre and becomes one of the most successful authors in history, you're probably going to study what they did. But like most successes, a lot of people ended up copying the results instead of the process. Tolkien didn't sit down one day and say, fantasy needs elves and dwarves and dark lords, ancient kingdoms, and magical artifacts. Those were simply the pieces that emerged from his own interests in mythology, language, folklore, and history. But later creators looked at the finished product and started treating those pieces like required ingredients. This is the direct cause for what I'm calling the standardization of fantasy. Through a couple degrees of separation, almost every major fantasy IP has been inspired by Tolkien in some way. Over time, an entire generation of creators inherited a vision of fantasy that had already been filtered through Tolkien a half dozen times. I'm recording this video on the 14th of June, which happens to be the date of UFC Freedom 250. For all of my non-UFC fans out there, there's a saying in the UFC and it goes, your favorite fighter's favorite fighter is just engaging. But when talking about fantasy, it could be said your favorite author.
I don't know. He's just talking about fucking like he must like his UFC fucking fighting stuff. Again, it's just like, okay, yeah, thing gets popular, people try to copy thing, but usually like the thing, through that like attempting to copy, that's how new stuff happens, right? And what's the fucking like meme? It's like 80% of like it's like 80-20, right? It's like 80% of stuff is shit and like 20% of stuff is good, right? Or something like that.
That reminds me. This is unrelated, Naretsu. Have you ever heard of that? Only 20% of work is productive and 80% isn't.
Yeah, I've kind of heard about that. Yeah.
From I learned at some point that is just completely made up.
Why am I not surprised?
Some guy just said,
"Why am I not
hey,
surprised?
Most of the time I'm just doing nothing at the office, and sometimes I work. I assume it's like 20-80%. What if I was just productive all of the time?"
Whole new theory of fucking bullshit. There you go.
And then he said that then he said that, and everybody went, "Well, yeah, that sounds about right." Hey, let's try to be productive all of the time. And of course, I spent at my work, right? I spent a couple hours making an Excel sheet that calculated things automatically and blah 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 blah. That all that work is now not productive anymore because we moved to another system. But hey, I know how it works. I can make it a lot faster next time. So was that time productive? Yes, no? Naretsu, make a decision. You're CEO.
Yeah.
Was that 20% or was that 80%? Give me... Are you going to fire me?
Yeah, I'm going to fire you.
Oh, damn. It was 80.
but no, it's
100% wasted.
Yeah, but no, it's... Yeah, it's one of those things. But getting back to stuff, yeah, like there's this idea of most things are shit, right? Or at least mediocre, right? And you can kind of see this with like anime discussion, right? Where, I mean, even though this season's pretty fucking packed compared to other seasons, right? Think of all of the shows that we have passed over, right? In the chart, right?
Yeah.
Like out of the total number of shows, right, that are in the next season, right? How many of like would it be like maybe 20%, maybe even less, right? Out of like what 70, 80 shows coming out in a season, we only watch like probably 10, maybe 15, maybe even
And,
less than that.
and a
Like
lot
last
of the
season,
time,
it
it's
was
not
like
even really
5,
the
right?
show's fault that I'm not continuing watching it.
No, not necessarily, right? But the point is more like there's so much stuff, right? Obviously, you're going to have generic elves in some of the stuff, but then you'll have maybe one that will come out where the elves will be something different, right? Like somewhat percentage of the time, right?
Yeah.
And that's kind of where I'm going with this, right? Is like it's sort of a thing where, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily say, oh, look, it's constantly copying the same thing over and over again. It's like, yeah, that is happening, but there's also innovation happening in the background, right? As the thing, as you get the copy of the copy of the copy of the copy, the copy then starts to not become the copy, right? It starts to become its own thing,
Also,
right?
there's so many other things that we just accept as normal that we are not complaining about, like a chosen hero
Mm,
with destiny, a prophecy, a
mm,
sword fighter as the main character, a man
mm.
being in the main character, whatever you want to, or there are a million other pieces, and to focus on elves, I'm not going to say it's invalid, of course, but
No, no,
um, there are a lot of things that are standard.
yeah, his problem here is it's not unique, right? Like it's not a unique kind of thing that he's talking about here.
And
But anyway,
just
I'll let you finish.
to finish it off right, there are I've noticed that I've become more critical of media in general. Oh wait, this is the moment in the arc where this thing happens. Oh, this is the moment where
Mm,
this thing happens and this thing happens. And oh wait,
mm,
hey, do you look at that? It totally did, right?
yeah,
Is that me? Is that the media being bad, or is that just me recognizing having it watched like 50 different times and recognizing
you're
okay,
yeah
wow,
you're having pattern recognition start
yeah.
happening.
And
Yeah,
is the
yeah,
pattern is it bad for is that the pattern's fault, or is it, I don't know, the pattern and I'm just noticing it or whatever?
yeah. All right, let's continue.
Favorite author is J.R.R. Tolkien. That's why so many fantasy worlds end up feeling familiar. A lot of assumptions are built through how people experienced fantasy themselves. If every fantasy work is based off of one particular source material, everything that comes after that will be directly inspired as well. The assumption that if you want your world to feel like fantasy, you need to include the same pieces that everyone else included before you. Think about how many fantasy works are directly inspired by Tolkien or follow his rules. Think about how many fantasy novels, movies, and games have distinct overlaps with his own works. Repeat this enough, and eventually you end up with standardized fantasy. And
Okay, but this kind of falls apart, and a good way to have this fall apart is talking about the differences between, let's say, The Witcher, right?
Mm,
And Tolkien's elves, right? Like when you think about Tolkien's elves, right? What do you think? You think, oh, noble,
immortal, not part
immortal,
of the
high
land.
fantasy, big noble energy, right? They're dignified, right? They've got
Separate from the
fancy.
people, they're living like in this bubbles away from the rest of the world, basically.
And then you look at The Witcher, and the elves are like fucking um Islamic terrorists. Right? In a sense.
They've
Like
been genocided by humans, and
they
they don't really
they've been
like that.
genocided, their
Put in
population is fucked.
reservations, and they have some complaints to say.
Well, they're like guerrilla fighters in the
Yeah,
woods, right?
most of the
They're
time.
like guerrilla. They're not fucking dignified, noble. Fancy clothes, fancy swords, and looking shiny, right? No, they're grunged, fucking downtrodden, fucking treated like animals almost, right? Kind
Hmm.
of thing. Like, yeah, they're elves, right? They are classified as elves, but it's completely different execution, right? That does fit the world building of Witcher, right?
Yeah.
It fits like with what else is going on in the
But I
world,
have a
right?
kind of a question, to the creator of this video. Is he, the Mass Effect, right? Naratsu?
Mm.
Would he call the Asari elves? The blue
Yeah,
aliens.
that's a good question, because you could technically make the argument that the Asari are like a stand-in for elves, right?
Because they
Even though
basically
they're not.
are. They are
Yeah.
long-lived, highly technologically advanced, very politically influential. They're older than most other, races, species in the galaxy. They are also doing some shady manipulation things. So they
Yeah,
kind
the
of
whole
are.
like they look sexually attractive no matter what the species is. Yeah, yeah.
Also, things like there are way more because the Krogans are basically like orcs, fighter, horror, warlord.
Yeah,
Ooh.
yeah. I mean the what are they called? The fucking what are they called? Like the scientist guys or whatever.
I would call them like gnomes, like
They're kind of like gnomes. They're kind of like they're
in
technologically advanced, right? Like
they're
the
they're like
scientist
the
class, right?
inventor gnome. Yeah, they
Yeah,
big
yeah.
lot of explosions, short lived, lots of explosions, quick
I don't know if they
technology.
were short lived, but they were fragile, right? Like they're relatively
Yeah,
like
no, they
physically
live like 40
fragile.
years
Yeah.
in human terms,
Oh right.
maximum.
I have to. It has been a long fucking time
Yeah,
since
and
I've
I don't have
fucking.
a real.
It has been a long fucking
No, I
time since
understand,
I've Mass
and
Effected,
I
so
don't.
I don't remember half of that shit.
I wouldn't. I don't have a real stand-in for the Turians. The
Yeah,
scaly.
Turians are a bit. The Turians are a bit of a
They're kind of
different.
like
But then again,
Japan,
it
I
doesn't have to be
suppose.
mapped. It doesn't have to be like mapped 1-to-1, right? So,
And that's also
but the point
that's also the
is,
thing that elves, for example, the elves in Freerun, because he showed Freerun a couple of
mm,
times, the elves in Freerun don't say that we had an empire, we are noble and
yeah,
grand,
we are noble empire, big thing. It's like no, they just are very long lived, and that
and
gives
we're no
them.
longer around as much anymore. There's no haughtiness to the elves of Freerun. They existed, and Cyrie has like high expectations, but Kraft doesn't really care. Freerun is not there
Mm,
to regain a lost legacy of cultural and dominant, being super
yeah,
dominant. Most of the
yeah, yeah,
ruins they
yeah.
visit look like to be human ruins. The whole room, the magical, magical exams when they went through the tomb. Those were human tombs. Those were past human realm tombs. So it's
Mm,
not even they are relying on old elven technology or old elven relics to propel themselves scientifically. No, it's
mm,
human invention that does that. So there's no
mm,
um no talk, except of course maybe although still feel that Fury does his own thing. That what how does living long affect your outlook on life? But that's basically the only real element of Tolkien elves that exist, but that can also exist independently of Tolkien, right?
mm,
What happens when you live 1,000 years easily? You have a different outlook on life and lifespans and events and importance. You
mm,
become more
mm,
detached. And I feel that the elves of the Lord of the Rings are detached for a slightly different reason, because they are really not native to this land. Their home world is somewhere else. They are kind of dependent on magic, and magic is disappearing. So they're going to the place where magical essence is still in the air.
mm,
Also, the world isn't really littered with a grand elven empire in that sense. In Tolkien,
mm, mm.
I feel that might be more of a uh, is that true? Yes, it mostly is, I think. If I remember Lord of the Rings lore correctly, I think that it's not like Well, no, elves were a lot around there. Anyway, let's forget this point.
Yeah. Anyway, let's get back to it.
This brings us full circle back to the main culprit, the elves. Because if there's one fantasy race that perfectly represents everything that I've just talked about, it's them. So, let's finally talk about the elves. And to do so, we need to start with Tolkien's elves themselves. One thing to remember is that Tolkien's elves were actually pretty unique when he created them. Today they feel familiar, almost boringly familiar. But that's because we've spent the last 70 years living in a world that Tolkien helped create. Tolkien's elves weren't the little mischievous creatures of fairy tales of old, they weren't Santa's workshop employees, and they weren't tiny magical beings hiding under mushrooms. Tolkien took the older folklore surrounding elves and transformed them into something much grander. His elves were ancient, immortal, deeply tied to the history of the world, and in many ways represented something humanity could never quite reach. They were wiser, more knowledgeable, more skilled, and closer to the world's original beauty than mankind. Characters like Galadriel and Elrond don't even feel like normal people. They feel almost mythological. When the Fellowship enters Lothlorien, it feels like they've stepped into a different plane of existence. Tolkien's elves carry thousands of years of history with them. They remember events humans only know through stories. And more importantly, Tolkien gave them a purpose
should have, like, a
within
pop
the larger
filter.
story. The elves were fading, their age was ending, and humanity was inheriting Middle-earth. There was a melancholy to the elves. They weren't simply better humans with pointy ears. Instead, they were a civilization watching the world move on without them. But as good as Tolkien's elves were, all of the deeper parts of the race didn't really survive the journey. What survived was the image. Don't believe me? Let's talk about some bad examples. And when I say bad examples, I don't necessarily mean bad stories. Some of these are fantastic. What I'm talking about is world building. Specifically, how much the elf is actually unique to the setting versus how much it's simply inherited from Tolkien. Let's start with the High Elves from The Elder Scrolls. Now, before...
What a great example to use. Yeah, we're gonna use the Elder Scrolls as your fucking example of shitty elves.
I hope, Natsu, I unfortunately know a lot of Elder Scrolls lore.
I mean, listen, you're talking to the man who's probably spent 2,000 collective hours in Mod Organizer over the last 3 months, right? Like, I think I'm gonna be able to tell you a bit about the elves, right?
But because if you're going to talk about the Elder Scrolls elves, oh sure, maybe like in the first game, but like after Morrowinds, they have like, oh you have the Alt Eldra
Is
and
he
the
just
Mares
gonna also
and
ignore?
Akmora.
Yeah, is he just gonna ignore the fact that there's also like 5 different fucking subtypes of elves in the elves? Right,
Each
like
with
you
their
got
own
the
tower and
you
their
got
own
the
different
Bosmas,
stone.
and you got the High Elves, and you got the Dark Elves. You got the Britons that are like the half breeds, right? Like you got fucking like
And that's the High
shit.
Elves don't really care about your heritage; they care about your soul. And that the Britons are weird, not because they are a half breed between man and mare, but because their soul is halfway between man and mare. So,
The whole like thing with the Britons is kind of funny. I remember reading or like watching a lore thing about that and how it was like they were trying to do like a eugenics kind of thing and it just backfired. They were trying to do like a, you know what? Why don't we just fuck the humanity out of them, right? Like
yeah,
we'll just
let's elevate their souls. That was the goal.
yeah. Look, because okay. You'll have to correct me if I'm wrong, because I believe like the whole thing with Hierarch was like, okay, we got all of these like human slaves, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like we got all of these. We've taken over this like region, right?
Yeah,
And there's
yeah.
all these humans here, right? Let's do this. Let's do this thing where we try and like elevate the souls by just breeding like fucking rabbits, right? Let's just total fucking human fucking orgy time, right?
Well, it's not
Massive
necessarily
fucking shit.
orgy time. The goal was to elevate the souls of men to the level of mare, and I'm kind of because the thing about the whole Elder Scrolls is that each type of mare has its own tower. You have Red Mountain. You have the one in with the Imperial, the Imperial City Tower. You have the Crystal Tower in the Somerset Isles, High Rock in Skyrim, and all these different mare have their own tower and their own story associated with it. And I believe the Tower of High Rock and the Stone of High Rock, if I remember correctly, it was something about a riddle that is impossible to solve. So the story of the Bretons, the mayor of High Rock, is kind of solving a puzzle that is impossible to solve, which kind of encapsulates the quest of the Bretons to elevate a soul in that sense, right? That's not really what you asked, but that's kind of what their philosophical identity is.
This all leads into lots and lots of fucking, lots and lots of fucking.
I don't know if fucking was involved.
No, I read some wiki or like watched a video about it, and allegedly there was a lot of fucking involved. There was
Maybe.
a lot of
I'm not saying that
there was a lot of again, my human slave. Let's go have fun, right? And then eventually one thing leads to another, and then suddenly you have an entire race of half.
The thing is that interspecies or interracial breeding doesn't necessarily change the soul, right?
Yeah.
So there's something.
Oh yeah, there's probably something else going on, but I do believe there was a lot. Listen, Ellie, let me believe, okay?
Oh yeah, sorry, I'm being all. Oh, actually,
don't you ruin
the
my
Elder
head
Scrolls
canon right now?
in the
How dare
book...
you? Canon is fluid and.
Written in a book in Elderrune in Morrowind, it states written by this author, which is suspect but probably true. That if
okay, but anyway, the main point is I'm interested to see what he's gonna say about it because I don't like speaking about the High Elves specifically. Well, then again, the Elder Scrolls in general is pretty generalist in its depictions, right? The High Elves are very much an exaggerated form of the token. Again, the snooty, we're above everyone else. We have, again, you're talking about the soul stuff, right? With the clean souls, right? We are it is our job to guide you lowly human slaves, right? To fucking, you're supposed to be the slave, that kind of thing, right? So there's I would argue that it's so far removed from the original idea of a tokenized elf, right? That it is its own thing, right?
Yeah, but it's
she is the DNA, but it's not the same.
Because if you go deep into the lore that we are talking about, right? The elves of the Elder Scrolls are kind of very specific. They embody a very specific mindset. And the elves of the High Elves of the Somerset Isle embody this really specific mindset, which is a subset of the wider elves mindset of the Elder Scrolls, which is that the creation of the world was a mistake. And Lokar tricked the Ada. Is that understand correct? Yeah. You got the Daedra and the Ada. Tricked the Ada into making the world, and it sucks. This is horrible. I hate it here. The men, or this is the perspective of the mayor. The perspective of the men is Lokar and the Ada work together. Some got tricked, some blah blah blah, and this is a trial to ascend. While the elves go, but why is there a trial? We had it, and then Lokar fucked everything up by making a world where we suffer.
That fucker. God damn it.
Yeah, we had
How could he do this?
We
How
were
could he do
ascended.
this?
We were ascended. Then you tricked us into becoming mortal here. And now you say, oh, you have to pass my... Oh, good. Pass my riddles to ascend again. Well, fucker, why did you drag us down here? And the men go, oh, fun, a trial. Let's do this. Being mortal, it sucks to be immortal. Let's do a trial to ascend. And the elves go, the mayor go, fuck you for making this trial. We hate you.
Why did you? Yeah. What are you doing?
Anyway,
yeah,
that's the big divide between men and mayor in the Elder Scrolls.
Let's hear what Video Man's about to say about
Yeah,
Elder Scrolls fans storm the comments. Yes, I know there are a lot of different elves in Tamriel. The Dunmer, the Bosmer, and the Falmer, just to name a few, are all different and fairly unique. Right now, I'm talking about specifically the Altmer, or the High Elves. Because if I was trying to explain Tolkien's elves to somebody who had never read Tolkien, the Altmer would honestly be the first example I would use.
I don't know about that. How do you feel about that? I don't know about that. Because like we were just saying, like they are not like the same, right?
No, I mean, they have pointy ears, they're long-lived, they have weird eyes. That's not common amongst elves in fantasy altogether, really. They're long-lived, and they have fancy. They had like an empire before men showed up and made their own little empires. But by the end of Skyrim, they also control like half the whole continent, so they have their empire back again.
Yeah. The humans are not in a very good position right now, so yeah, it's a bit of a problem.
Yeah, but I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know.
The whole thing about the Tolkien elves was they're all mellow and depressed because the magic was disappearing from the world. The elves of the Elder Scrolls, the Altmer specifically, go, all right, men, fuck you. You believe that this is a good thing that happened here. Time to put you all in a cage, and we are going to set out to destroy the world. To undo the world, undo this stupid trial.
Yeah.
And of course, in this case, destroying the world is not necessarily a bad thing because it's kind of just undoing the whole torment hell that Lokar made.
Elder Scrolls is complicated, guys. Like, you don't fucking assume that it's not some complicated bullshit. All right.
So
it's all a dream. All right. It's all a fucking dream.
Also, it was forever repeating until Akatosh was killed, and now the world is eternal, which is also maybe a problem. But anyway,
there's all kinds of shit. Let's not. We could spend like a whole hour talking about
Elder Scrolls lore. It's fun, but it's also changed. Every game changes a little bit, and it gets complicated in that sense.
Yeah. All right, well, let's keep going.
The similarities are kind of too hard not to notice. The Altmer are one of the oldest civilizations in Tamriel. They're deeply tied to magic. They place enormous importance on ancestry and bloodline. They see themselves as the inheritors of a greater past, and generally regard the younger races as, at best, misguided and, at worst, beneath them entirely. Sound familiar? Spend any amount of time in the Somerset Isles, and the Tolkien influence becomes too hard to miss. The architecture is elegant and pristine. Their cities are filled with towering white structures and grand monuments. They carry themselves with the confidence of a people who genuinely believe they are the closest things the world has to perfection. Even the way they're often portrayed feels familiar. When fantasy wants a race that's older, wiser, and more magical, it almost always ends up arriving at a version of the elf. And the Altmer fit that mold perfectly. Now, to be fair, the Elder Scrolls eventually starts doing more interesting things with the elven concept. The setting splits Tolkien's elves into several different cultures and explores what happens to them when those groups evolve into radically different directions. That's part of what makes the Elder Scrolls so great, but if we're talking about specifically the High Elves themselves, they're about as close to classic Tolkien-style elf as fantasy gets.
Well, first off, we don't agree. And
secondly... Men and Mare were basically created at the same time.
Yeah.
Also, there's a lot of weird things going on because you have Ed Mora, and you have what? Remember, Natsu, do you remember where the men came from before Skyrim?
I really fucking. Oh fuck yeah! It's like the northern
Yeah,
pole or something. Because
yeah,
because the whole thing is like Skyrim is where because the Nords are like the first men, right?
hmm,
And they came from like the cold north, and like there's an apocalyptic freeze going on in the north, right?
yeah,
Like big ice age, everyone freezing to death. So they got on ships and went south and landed on Skyrim, and then colonized Skyrim, right?
yeah.
And
So,
fucked up the snow elves in the
uh,
process. And
no.
fucked up the snow
All right,
elves in the
right.
process.
Time for some Elder Scrolls lore. First off,
Oh god damn it, Ellie.
No, all right. This is maybe fun because the
All right.
high elves also have a place that got destroyed and they fled and then arrived at the Somerset Isles, and that island was in the south. But the interesting thing, Naretsu, is that their land, that the South Pole, is covered in mist, while the High North Island of humans is covered in bitter cold. Nuretsu, the water in the Elder Scrolls universe is made out of memories. Every memory is turns into water, basically. So, what do you think about a bitter memory? A resentful, bitter memory. And what about a memory that is lost to the mists of time? And what if, Nuretsu, what if that island is the same island?
They just loop around. Yeah,
But
yeah. Okay.
but the men and mare have a different conception of that island. So this is some real esoteric stuff.
Yeah, we need to. Okay, so what I was gonna say before you interrupted me was one, we don't agree with the man, right? That's the first thing. The second thing is, how is this a bad thing? Right? Like that's like he's saying, okay, yeah, these elves are like similar to Tolkien's elves. Look at the architecture and the self importance and the da 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 da. And I'm sitting here just going, okay, is that bad? How is that bad? You haven't actually explained, yeah, how that's bad. My reaction.
Also,
Ellie, no more Elder Scrolls.
Also, one small
but
correction,
no.
right? So it wasn't really the Nords that fucked up the Snow Elves, it was the Dwemer.
Well, no, it was, well, from what I understand, the Nords showed up, started fucking up the Snow Elves, like the big war, right? Big war with the Snow Elves, right? This is, again, I'm gonna do it now. I'm gonna
Yeah.
like what I remember from reading into it is like the Nords show up, they go, this land is ours now. Fuck you, right? Snow elf, you pointy eared little shit, right? And, again, I'm probably getting a lot wrong, but this is like me trying to like condense this down, right? There's like a whole lot to it, right? The men kind of like start winning the war, right? Which is like shocking to the snow elves because obviously they think they're so fucking like good, right? That pushes them to the Dwemer that are like, hey, we'll let you like come down to our like underground cities and stuff, and you can like hang out down here in our cities. But it's actually like a trap, and they end up enslaving the snow elves and force feeding them like this fucking plant or whatever that makes them go blind.
The thing about the Snow Elves' power is the fruit of the world, and the stone is not really there. The whole thing is about that the Snow Elves have a quick way to ascension, a cheat way, because they have like the fruit of the world. So if you go through the fruit of the world, you ascend. Blah 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 blah. Not important. So they're kind of like Buddhist monks. So the men came around and killed some Buddhist monks and took their land. And then they went to the Dwemer, and the Dwemer, are the hardcore atheists in this sense, somewhat. And they go.
They're like, hey, you know what would be funny? You know what would be really funny? It would be, look, Ellie, look, it's a prank, bro.
Yeah.
Okay? It would be a funny prank. What if we just make you all go blind and fucking have you work deep in the mines?
Yeah,
right?
but the in that sense, the Dwemer was vanished before they could finish the work, because the idea of blinding the snow elves was to then enlighten them to the truth of the world, but they just got that process got never finished.
They just ended up becoming horrific fucking monsters.
Yeah, that's the lore of the snow elves. Elder Scrolls.
Dude, it's like, if you actually look into the lore of the snow elves, it is some tragic fucking shit. It is really dark. Like, this whole idea of, they got effectively, and like, it almost makes you feel bad when you see them in game, right, in Skyrim, right, because they're like these fucking like goblin fucking like creature things that almost feel like they're trying to get back what was taken from them, right? Like, they're trying to do pseudo civilization type stuff, right?
Yeah.
But it's fucked. It, like, you wouldn't expect it to be that fucked, but it is really fucked. So anyway, enough Elder Scrolls lore. Let's keep going.
They occupy almost the same exact narrative space and serve generally the same purpose within the story, embodying many of the same ideas. They're not bad per se, they're actually one of the better executions of this archetype, but when looking at the Elder Scrolls as a whole, it's kind of hard to argue that either the Altmer or the Bosmer are not the least interesting race in the world. Up next, we have the elves from Dungeons & Dragons.
Well, wait a minute. The Bosmer... Okay, fuck it. This is
more lore.
Bosmer are fucking interesting as shit too, because they're the wood elves, right? They live in the woods, and they have a whole thing around not like fucking with nature, right? Like, I believe one of their like core tenets is like they don't.
The Green
Pact.
Pact.
To remember what it is.
They have the Green Pact.
Yeah, it's the Green Pact thing. Yeah, where it's like they can't do certain things, like they can't chop down trees or whatever, and they can't like do certain particular things. Like, if they kill like an animal, they have to use like every part of that animal, like all the bones and all of the stuff. Like, everything has to be used, right, as part of the like Green Pact or something. That, and there's like heavily implied cannibalism going on.
And also, there are some more things about in the early stages of the world of the Elder Scrolls of the world of Tamriel, right? Near, I should say. Your shape, your form was kind of fluid in the beginning. You could just turn into an animal and back into a human in an instant. So it was kind of the god, one of the gods of the Bosmer that said, "Hey, let's not change shape every time we have let's not change shape 5 times in a conversation, right? Let's do la 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 la. You're now this shape for and let's keep it that way." Yeah, and they have their own fancy philosophies, and this might be a little bit, post hoc rationalization, in that, hey, we have wood elves that live in the wood. Let's make a huge esoteric philosophy around them.
Yeah.
But that is what you kind of want, right? You want, hey, think different, and then, oh, it's super different, actually. And he skimmed over, oh, the hell, high elves are the most boring one of them. They might be like the baseline, but that doesn't... They have their own perspective. Like the whole thing about not looking at your heritage as, genetics. They look at your soul. So if in some weird circumstance, an Argonian has like a divine soul, the Argonian could walk around among the high elves, and they were like, "Oh, good sir, welcome."
Yeah,
they don't care.
Unlike the dark elves, that would be like fucking slave.
Yeah, the dark elves don't look at your soul like that. Of course, all elves look at your soul in more or lesser extent, right? But you're right.
Yeah. So, but like, getting back to it, right? Like, this whole sort of like, he's just kind of like, oh yeah, they're the most boring two out of the bunch. It's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, what do you mean the fucking wood elves are boring? Have you fucking looked at the lore? right? Have you fucking seen that shit?
And it's very
But no.
easy if you could just go from, oh, they look like an elf, and I don't see anything differently about them from 5 minutes.
Like an
That means they're
outside
boring.
perspective, yeah.
I mean, he's going to talk about Dungeons and Dragons. Fun fact about the Dungeons and Dragons: you can just make it up. Just change it.
You could just that's a good point. Yeah, you just make it the fuck up. Yeah, because it's Dungeons and Dragons. You could just make it the fuck up.
Oh yeah. Oh, what does it say? Elves live like 600 years. Nah, mine live like 6,000 actually.
Man. Yeah, nah, man.
Now, the D&D elves are older and in turn more directly inspired by Tolkien elves than many of the other examples we've talked about. Now, D&D elves are older and in turn much more directly inspired by Tolkien's elves than...
Oh, that was a script error!
Ooh,
oh no!
Editing error.
Yeah, he repeated himself there. Oh no.
We would never.
Rip. We would never.
And any of the other examples we're going to talk about. In fact, the standard elf race is about as close to a Tolkien elf as you're likely to find outside of Middle Earth.
Like
Long-lived, graceful, and naturally gifted in magic,
like,
not to mention possessing an ancient culture that predates most human civilizations, these similarities are obvious. What's interesting, though, is just how far the influence spreads beyond the elf race itself. If you've seen my 4 types of fantasy races video, then you know how broad I feel like the elf archetype actually is. Take the Eladrin, for example. They're essentially an even more exaggerated version of the classic elf archetype. They are more magical and even further removed from ordinary human life. In many ways, they're Tolkien's elves with the volume turned all the way up. You can even see traces of this archetype bleeding into races that aren't technically elves at all. The Aesir and Genasi often occupy similar spaces within the setting. They're beautiful, gifted, spiritually elevated, and often portrayed as
you're making a
being closer
mistake.
to
You showed the Esamir. Those are like angels, right? But he showed the Genasi, like the elementals.
Yeah, I don't know what.
He's showing the wrong. He's showing the wrong.
He's being a racist. Let's just say that.
He's not.
Let's just say
he's showing different images that don't match with what he's saying.
He's calling the black man a white man. He's being a racist.
He's saying that all Asians are the same race.
Greater than ordinals. They're not elves, but they basically are pulled from the same ideas that
look,
makes elves
Ernatsu, the middle one,
place.
right?
The
middle one is like a fire Genasi, not an Asmir or a elf. Also,
again, he's being. Oh.
Yeah, it's a wrong image on screen, but who cares?
He's being Again, he's being a bigly racist. He's being a big racism, man. Getting it wrong. He's getting it wrong!
To be fair, this transmutation of elves is central to D&D. The game tends to take successful fantasy concepts and turn them into recognizable templates that can be reused again and again. Next, if I had to pick one of the most famous examples from fantasy literature, I would probably point to The Sword of Shannara. Written by Terry Brooks and published in...
He's just like, literally who? Literally who?
Never heard of this. You sooner point to Conan or something.
This seems like the kind of thing Lolly or Fool would be able to comment on. Because I don't know.
1977, The Sword of Shannara follows Shay Omsford, a seemingly ordinary young man who finds himself pulled into a quest involving an ancient artifact, dark forces threatening the world, and a journey that will ultimately
oh my god, it's the Lord of the Rings!
Determine the fate of civilization. Does that sound familiar to anyone? That's because for decades, one of the most common criticisms leveled against this book is just how closely it follows the structure and ideas established by Tolkien. Now, to be fair to Brooks, this book was enormously successful. It helped introduce fantasy to a huge audience and played an important role in the genre's growth. There are plenty of people who genuinely love it, and there's nothing wrong with
I guess. I don't...
borrowing the plot from time to time. But if we're talking about specifically Tolkien's influence on fantasy, it's difficult to find a more obvious example. The elves are the perfect inspiration of that. They occupy almost the exact same narrative role as Tolkien's elves occupied decades earlier. Reading The Sword of Shannara, there are moments where it feels like Brooks directly imported Tolkien's elves. It's one of the clearest examples of what happened to fantasy after Tolkien. Instead of taking Tolkien's methods and building something new, many authors took Tolkien's results and tried to recreate them. So much so that it was impossible for me personally to get through because of the
go back
overwhelming...
to
Yeah.
Show that image again. That's evolution, progression. Alright, a little bit...
elves.
Okay.
It's one of the clearest examples of what happened to fantasy after Tolkien. Instead of taking Tolkien's methods and building something new, many authors...
Alright, here, right? This is not the evolution, of course, because one of this is an actor and one is a drawing of an elf and whatnot. But this does not show that the house elf is from a different lineage than elf. That one of them are small childlike creatures that are under your underneath the closets, scurrying around beneath tables and all that stuff. And that it translates into what it is in Harry Potter, and one of them is actor Lord of the Ring elf into a pencil drawing. Just a complaint of the video.
Yeah.
Took Tolkien's results and tried to recreate them. So much so that it was impossible for me personally to get through because of the overwhelming derivation. If Tolkien created the blueprint, then the Sword of Shannara is one of the easiest and most successful examples of somebody building almost directly from it. And while that approach produced a popular novel, it helped reinforce the idea that fantasy was supposed to look a certain way. For me, that's what makes it such an important example in this conversation, and maybe the prime example of why we need to kill the elves. But you may ask, what if we can save the elves? I see, this is actually important to the context of this whole video, because while there are a lot of bad examples when it comes to Tolkienism, there is just as many good, and even a few that totally subvert the trope.
The elves in ReZero are bad. I've not watched enough to know.
I don't know either. And again, like, how are we defining bad here? Again, like, I'm very like my problem with the video so far, right, is he's like, okay, you have this concept, this nebulous generic idea of what an elf is. All of these things are, to some level of degree, generic elf, la da 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 da, right? Again, how is that like a bad thing? Why do we actually need to kill the elves, right? Like, as a concept, right? There's no, like, what benefit would we get if we just were like, okay, we're just
remove
like,
a tool.
Yeah. Like, what utility do we gain as an author, right? Let's say I'm writing a fantasy novel, right? Like, what utility do I get from not having elves in the fantasy setting, right? Like, sure, you could write a fantasy setting that is just, maybe it's a different kind of race, maybe it's dog people, right? Like, maybe it's cat girls or something instead of elves, right? And they're written like differently, and elves as a concept do not show up in the setting. Like, I'm sure you could do that, right? But again, what do you gain or lose anything from that, right? Does that actually affect the quality of the work itself by just not having elves in it? That's where I'm kind of questioning the video a little bit. I'm not, again, what does he actually want, I guess, is what I'm waiting for, right? Like,
he's showing right here, these are all Witcher elves.
Yeah.
And the Witcher elves are, like we said, are kind of quite different. Even like the Wild Hunt elves, right? Did you ever finish Witcher 3?
I actually haven't played.
I'll spoil, I suppose, a bit that the Wild Hunt are commanded by basically elves from another dimension, and they just go to hop dimensions and kill for fun. But they have their whole empire in a different dimension, their whole kingdom in a different dimension. And to stop the Wild Hunt, you go and basically tell them hey, this Wild Hunt guy, he's really annoying. Can you do some political backstabbing in your own pocket dimension over there so that he stops messing with our dimension here?
Yeah. Can you fuck off?
Can you assassinate him and erode his political support over in your dimension? So I'm going to kill or drive him away here, and you won't mess with us anymore like that. And it goes, all right, sure. And then the Wild Hunt is defeated, and etc. etc. That is not really. Is that really elfish, Ratsu? Does that sound like an elf?
Not particularly. Not particularly.
Hey, I'm just going to invade your world and plunge it in eternal winter for fun.
Yeah, yeah.
Hmm.
So anywho, let's keep going.
Now, with all that being said, I don't want this video to come across as me arguing that Tolkien-inspired fantasy is inherently bad. In fact, some of my favorite fantasy works ever made are heavily inspired by Tolkien. The difference is that these stories understand that inspiration is supposed to be the starting point, not the destination, when talking about Tolkienism done right. I kind of think there are 3 prime examples. First, and obviously if you've seen the thumbnail of this video, is Frieren.
Oh yes, of course we must cocksuck the Furin. Yeah, contractually mandated Furin glazing. Yeah.
Beyond Journey, Frieren is almost comically Tolkienian on the surface. Yes, I just made up the word Tolkienian. It has elves, dwarves, demons, adventurers, magic, and a hero's party that has already defeated the great evil threatening the world. If you describe this setting to somebody who's never seen it before, they'd probably assume it's the most traditional fantasy story ever written. But that's exactly what makes it so interesting. Frieren takes all of those familiar fantasy elements and uses them to tell a completely different story. Instead of focusing,
I guess, maybe I guess I don't know.
Well, you see, Frieren got pretty sad, and now he sees on a journey beyond.
Yeah. Totally.
On a grand quest, or the defeat of a Dark Lord, the story focuses on time, memory, and loss. The central question is what happens after the adventure ends. Through Frieren herself, the series explores what it means to outlive everyone around you and slowly come to understand the value of relationships long after they're gone. The elves, the magic, and the fantasy world all remain intact, but the story is interested in something entirely different than
are
Tolkien
not
was.
really intact though. They are all pretty much dead.
Yeah.
Just a small detail, right? They're they're non-existent. They're not a factor. We have one in our party, but otherwise they're not.
Never written. Next up is The Wheel of Time by Robert Jordan. The Wheel of Time is one of the best examples of a fantasy series, beginning in Tolkien's shadow and gradually stepping out of it. Early on, the influence was obvious. You have a quiet, rural community, young protagonists being pulled into a much larger conflict, and a looming darkness threatening the world. The comparison is easy
read
to make,
or know of the Wheel of Time, Naruto?
Nope.
Me neither. I know nothing about the Wheel of Time. I don't know its characters, its races, its setting, its magic.
It's a big fantasy thing, I guess. I don't.
I don't know the terminology, the races, the magic systems, anything.
Yeah.
Darkness threatening the world. The comparison is easy to make, but as the series expands, it becomes increasingly clear that Jordan isn't recreating Middle-earth. Instead, he builds something with a completely different identity. One of the reasons The Wheel of Time became such a phenomenon is its sheer scale. The story stretches across continents.
It became such a phenomenon that I've never heard of, yeah.
I mean, I know it's a thing, so I'm not going to complain about
cultures and generations. Hundreds of characters weave together countless storylines into a narrative that feels almost impossibly large. In terms of scope, it's one of the few fantasy worlds that can genuinely stand beside The Lord of the Rings without feeling small. The influences are different as well. While Tolkien drew heavily from Norse mythology, Anglo-Saxon history, and European folklore, Jordan pulls from a much broader collection of ideas. Hindu, Buddhist, and Taoist influences can be found throughout the entire series, helping it develop a worldview that feels distinct from fantasy that came before it. By the time readers think of The Wheel of Time today, they aren't generally thinking about Tolkien, and that's probably the highest compliment a Tolkien-inspired work can receive. And lastly, we have The Witcher. The Witcher is a fascinating example because at first glance, it looks incredibly Tolkien-esque. There's elves, dwarves, and all of the other ingredients you would expect from traditional fantasy. But the more you read, the more you realize the similarities are mostly skin deep. Where Tolkien's world is mythological and idealistic, Sapkowski's world is cynical, fractured, and deeply political. The Witcher isn't interested in clear lines between good and evil. Instead, it focuses more on moral ambiguity, prejudice, corruption, and the consequences of violence. Geralt often finds himself choosing between bad options rather than fighting for an obvious, righteous cause. The world building reflects this as well. Sapkowski built the continent from the folklore, legends, and history of Eastern Europe, particularly Slavic traditions. The result is a setting that feels familiar enough to recognize as fantasy while still possessing a very different identity. Even the elves serve a different purpose in this world. Rather than existing as mysterious guardians of an older and wiser civilization, they function more as a displaced people, struggling to survive in a world increasingly dominated by humans. What makes The Witcher such an interesting example is that it demonstrates just how much can change without abandoning the fantasy framework entirely. The difference is the lens through which they're viewed. By changing themes and tone, Sapkowski creates something that feels completely different despite many of the same building blocks. All of these are outstanding examples of how to work out from Tolkienism. But potentially more interesting are the works that subvert Tolkien directly and could exist minus his influence.
So
again, I'm not seeing a through line here. I'm not seeing a direct kind of like
Because-
are things really that bad?
because if I'm just thinking about generic isekai, trash isekai, right? Slop isekai. Most of the elves are just big breasts, long ears. Blonde, blonde maybe.
Hot. Yeah.
They don't. They may live longer. That is not always clear that they do. But they are not ethereal. They are not wiser most of the time. I'm just, if I'm I'm old head thinking about Henrietta. Tiffany. I believe from Zero no Tsukaima. She's like elf, big breasts, blonde, elf woman from a forest somewhere. She has no great grand knowledge from an ancient civilization. The other elves live like in a desert somewhere and use weird magic. They don't do things from a different. They are not wise beyond years. I mean, wise with 1,000 years and from a lost empire that now humans rule. Other elves. Mushoku Tensei does have elves, but they also not like huge kingdoms somewhere.
Yeah, they're just kind of there.
They're just kind of there. So are we going to call the Mushoku Tensei elves generic? Or are they unique because they're just there and don't have all these talking qualities?
So I'm gonna, before we get into the next section, I'm gonna take a piss. So go continue talking about Elder Scrolls lore or something. So entertain the chat.
Well, in that sense, yeah. So what would we call like the isekai elves? Because they just look like an elf. They might be older, but they don't act wiser. They don't act all ethereal and separate from the rest of the world, from the rest of humanity. I'm just thinking of even like elves in the shows that I'm currently watching. One of the there's in the Trapped in an Atomic Game second season show, right? There's an elf character, and the elves are also subject to the same semi-female supremacy thing going on. And we are now apparently going to a island, a floating island, because world is made up of floating islands. We're going
so the Khajiit have barbed penises, correct?
Depending on which phase of the moons they are born. It's really important.
Isn't it? Because I recall it's like confirmed in like one of like what book was it? It's like Benicia's or something, or whatever. It's like her like maid, handmaid, like or like butler or whatever. That was a Khajiit. They had like an affair, and she like goes into very graphic detail about how the barbed penis hurt.
I don't know. I just know that depending on the phases of each moon, the determines your shape. And if I'm remember correctly, the Khajiit are mare, but they were giving this shape by Azure, the Daedra. I'm forgetting why exactly. Maybe just to help them survive in this world. but that makes them a little more like, because they got helped by tricksters, Azure of the Night and whatnot. No, Night is somebody else. Whatever. Makes them a little bit more tricksy and whatnot. Star and Moon. That's her thing.
Alrighty. Well, we've got some time left on the video, so let's get into it.
Up next, these are fantasy worlds that don't begin with elves, dragons, and all of the other classics that have become attached to the genre over the last 70 years. Instead, they often have completely different ideas of what fantasy should even be about. When I think of counter-Tolkienism, there are 3 prime examples that immediately come to mind. First is Avatar: The Last Airbender, and honestly, this may be the best example of counter-Tolkienism ever created. Avatar is interesting because it demonstrates something that a lot of fantasy fans forget. Tolkien doesn't own fantasy. He helped define modern.
What is this Asian?
This is fucking Jesus-looking fucking.
It is pretty Christian though to do this.
Yeah, that's I was gonna say. Yeah, because he's got like the thing, but it's like something you'd see
the
in
halo,
church, right? Like the halo and the fucking shit.
And fantasy, but fantasy as a concept is much bigger than Tolkien, and Avatar is one of the clearest examples of that. When most people think about fantasy, they unconsciously picture a world inspired by medieval Europe. Avatar ignores almost all of this. Instead, it builds its world around East Asian history, religion, philosophy, and martial arts. The result is a setting that feels immediately distinct from almost everything that came before it. One of my favorite things about Avatar is just how naturally the world building fits together. The 4 nations don't feel like fantasy factions that were created because the story needed different.
They kind of do though. I'm not going to pretend that you have 4 nations: water, wind, fire, earth, and go, oh yeah, that's very reasonable, realistic actually.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like, yeah, and again, it's like,
Tribes, the Earth Kingdom, the Fire Nation, and the Air Nomads all have their identities and values. None of them feel like a renamed version of something we've already seen 100 times. Even the magic system feels inseparable from the world itself. But that completely depends on
where you live. If you live in the Asia, then this is like
I'm gonna be a firebender in the water tribe.
If you live in the Asia, these concepts are everywhere all the time, every day.
Yeah.
If you live in over here, if you live on Texel, then the Sommeltjes are a thing that you know about every day. Oh, that's this odd looking stone over there. Oh, that's a Sommeltje. Don't mess with it. Right? And then you go and make a story about all these gnome house elf characters, and you go, well, yeah, of course, that's of course what you do. And then you go to the middle of countryside Japan and go, hey, look, this super common concept, so much as you know about. You probably heard about this, right? No, they haven't. This is completely new to them. Oh yeah, because this is the first time you heard about, oh yeah, this fighting style symbolizing blah 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 blah, different elements. Just because you don't know the 5 elements of the Chinese common magical system.
Fucking whatever, yeah, thingy mabob.
Because even I know somewhat, because you have like wind, fire, earth, water, and metal.
Metal's one of them, yeah.
Yeah, and those are... If you make a system in Asia, in China, that has a 5 elemental magic system, this is your 5 elemental magic system, because this is elements that you know. If you do it over the West, if you do it in the West...
I also wouldn't necessarily say that Avatar's... Well, obviously, it's not deliberately trying to be like... I don't want to say anti-Tolkien. 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 It's more like... It's just coming from different inspirational lineages, right? And that's fine.
Oh yeah, but you call Fable unique just because it's very continental European, very British humor and continental magic. Very Fable, of course. Fables.
Yeah.
Folklore.
Yeah.
It's very folklore inspired rather than grand fantasy.
Yeah,
But just because you don't recognize it, just because you don't know it, doesn't make it unique, right? That's
Mm.
kind of the your perspective, your anime tunnel vision, as we sometimes call it.
Yes, as we like, fantasy tunnel vision.
Yeah, cultural tunnel vision in this sense.
Isn't just a tool for combat, it's part of their everyday life. When you watch Avatar, you get the sense that the world could not exist without bending, because every aspect of society has been shaped by it. Avatar The Last Airbender frames conflict through the concept of harmony. The Fire Nation is not an inherently malicious race like Tolkien's orcs. They are presented as highly industrialized society, shaped by imperialism, propaganda, and generational trauma. The narrative prioritizes systemic reform and rehabilitation over total military destruction. Consequently, the resolution of the story hinges not on a grand clash of civilization that eradicates the enemy, but on restoring the equilibrium to a fractured world, proving that progress and change are necessary forces rather than signs of spiritual decay. Next up, and maybe one that not everyone has heard of, is the Broken Earth trilogy by N.K.
I haven't
Jemisin.
heard of it.
The Broken Earth takes place on the world known as the
Yeah,
Stillness,
there's another one.
a continent periodically devastated by apocalyptic geological disasters known as seasons. These events can last for years and completely reshape civilization, meaning society is built around the expectation that disaster is inevitable. At the center of the story are the Origins, individuals capable of manipulating systemic energy and controlling the force of the Earth itself. Rather than being celebrated for these abilities, they're feared, controlled, and subjected to brutal treatment by the societies that depend on them. The trilogy follows several interconnected characters as they struggle to survive in a world that is constantly threatening to destroy itself. What makes the series so remarkable is how completely its world shapes every aspect of the story. The geography, politics, cultures, and social structures all feel like natural consequences of living on a continent where civilization could be wiped out.
Oh
in a
yeah,
moment.
bro,
The
this
magic
is a
system
story
isn't
you
sitting
like.
somewhere else.
Thing I like is good,
Yeah,
actually.
thing I like good. I like a thing. Thing I like good thing I don't like thing that thing.
Because
thing.
we like Freeran, right? We like Freeran's character.
Yeah, we like the
and
Freeran. Yeah, we like the
whatever.
Freeran. We
We
watch the
could
Freeran. We like the
criticize
Freeran.
Freeran
Freeran's
on
cool,
being generic in its classes, right? Because it's not like you have fighter, hero. You have your hero class, your priest
you
class, your fighter
you got your
class.
mage, you got your thief, you got your you got your standard. Here is your fantasy, your fantasy trifecta, as it were, right? Your free different core class selection. Although I don't know, have we actually seen like a thief yet, Furin? Like,
No, they
'cause
mentioned
it's
that
like,
they would need one, but they never got one. So they exist as a concept from, hey, we probably need a thief, and then they never got one. So they do exist.
right. Yeah. So again, the generic class trifecta is a thing within the setting, despite it being, oh no, it's generic. Oh, no, my thing is generic, Ellie. What am I going to do? It's so bad. No.
So yeah, I don't know what.
It's all Jova. It's all Jova. It's
And
all Jova.
even in like Retsu, like I run my campaigns, right? I've been said from, hey Ellie, this is a fun world you've made. And I gave thanks. I decided to make like a little bit of history behind it, or at least I made the map first and then thought of a worlds that would live inside of it, I suppose. With consequences, like first were these, then were these, and that's the thing, and they also kind of a grudge, and these have long resigned to the fact that it's gone. And different characters feel differently about that. Cool, alright, that's history. And there's not even a lot of, it's not, you don't even need to put like super detailed history of every year and all that stuff. But as long as you can sell it, right, give like enough details and the rest of the world fills itself by consequence or, by gaps between them. All right.
Yeah.
This was here, now this is here. Something happened in between. The exact details doesn't really matter, but there was a history of change between them.
Yeah, you'll figure it out.
Yeah. So it's not. I wouldn't say it is not necessarily even hard to make a change like that, but it does require to look at the setting a little bit in more detail. But here's kind of the issue with that. If you if you give every series, every elf this leeway, then
Hmm.
every elf in fiction is unique,
Hmm.
right? Then all
Hmm.
elves are not the same as Tolkien elves because they embody all these different qualities, all these different um, philosophies behind them. Their purpose in the story is different.
Hmm.
We like The Witcher. We know The Witcher. The elves in The Witcher are, like you said, kind of an oppressed and bitter and
Yeah. Yeah.
nomadic
Yeah.
and put in
Yeah. Yeah.
reservations
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
genocided. All right, so they function a different purpose than the elves in The Lord of the Rings, who voluntarily leave, basically, because their place in their
Hmm.
world is over. Um, which is different from the elves in Mushoku Tensei, who are just there.
Hmm.
So
Yeah, they're just there. It's just another race, right? It's just
yeah,
another
so
race that just so happens to exist within the.
and the elves in Freerun are basically also genocided, but they don't have like a huge drive for revenge or to regain a
I don't
lost
know.
empire.
Yeah, yeah. It's not necessarily that they're genocided. It's more like they're just
No,
not
the demon lords had killed
Oh,
the
true.
elves, and
Yeah,
then
yeah, true. I,
demons killed a lot of elves.
I'm losing steam.
Oh
I'm
dear.
losing my steam. Anyway, well, let's get. Well, we've got 4 minutes left, so
All
let's see what
right.
the last example. What's the last example?
Top of the setting, it's woven directly into the world's history and the conflicts between its people. Everything feels connected to the central reality that survival is fragile and disaster is always waiting around the corner. The reason I consider Broken Earth to be an example of counter-Tolkienism is that it feels like it was built from a completely different starting point than most traditional fantasy. Tolkien's work, as we've stated, grew out of mythology, language, folklore, and the idea of constructing a grand mythic history. Jemisin's work is much more interested in the systems that shape human societies. And obviously, reading The Broken Earth never felt like reading any variation of The Lord of the Rings. Up next and last.
Holy shit! Reading a thing that is different from a thing was different from the thing.
I mean,
Holy shit!
I mentioned Dune because like I said, that was written by journalists, was
Yeah,
inspired by
yeah.
by a political crisis, basically, um, and all the things that happened from there, and that's why Dune is mostly like a political drama with political powers
Yeah,
vying for
yeah.
resources and control of a central resources, spice, or otherwise known as oil.
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
That
yeah,
that
yeah,
could
yeah. Totally not oil. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
and if you control
Hundred
the world
percent.
supply of oil, you control like all transportation of the universe, right?
Yeah, you're not gonna. You can't do your international shipping lanes unless you unless you
Yeah,
have the fancy space dust that makes your eyes go blue.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that is Dune, and with any grand enough story that wants to involve continents and millennia of history, even um you get there. It's not super
Mm,
hard to get to to a Tolkien level, actually, right? It's all about
mm.
convincingly doing it. Because I can my fantasy world again, I can stretch my history longer. I can stretch out the future timeline longer. Give me like another day and I'll double the length
Yeah,
of the history of my
yeah.
universe and double the
Exactly.
landmass. It's not super hard to do so. Of course, the hard part is making a fun story of it, having interesting characters, having fun events, compelling
Mm,
emotional arcs. Anybody can world
mm.
build to an infinite scale. the challenge will always be make an interesting story.
So anywho, let's continue.
Lastly, we have Arcane, and more broadly, the world of Runeterra. Runeterra is an interesting example because, unlike a lot of fantasy settings, it isn't trying to present a single unified version of what fantasy should look like. Instead, it's a world made up of widely different regions, cultures, technologies, and philosophies that often feel like they belong to an entirely different genre. One corner of the world may feel familiar to traditional fantasy fans, while another feels completely detached from anything Tolkien ever wrote. In fact, some parts of Runeterra are actually very Tolkien-esque. Demacia and Noxus are both built around the ideas that fantasy fans would immediately recognize. Characters like Mordekaiser are about as close to a Sauron analog as you're likely to find. The influence is definitely there if you go look for it. But then you have places like Piltover and Zaun. The moment Arcane starts, it becomes obvious that you're dealing with something completely different. Instead of wandering adventurers in ancient forests, the story focuses more on inventors and criminals. The central conflicts are about
Isn't
class
it a bit
division,
of a
inequality,
backwards
technological
reasoning,
process.
right? Because League of Legends just I don't actually know the timeline here, but you had Dota, right? Dota,
Yeah,
and then
yeah.
I think League of Legends came afterwards, and then League of Legends has 1,000 different characters with 1,000 different types of fantasy character, from steampunk, skeletons, elves, creatures, elemental, celestial, cosmic,
Yeah, it's complicated, right? It's
water,
very big.
creatures from the water, creatures from the earth, creatures from the sky, and this series, this universe is just kind of a this is maybe mean, but a kind of a haphazard attempt to make it a unified universe.
I guess, yeah.
In,
Like I
in
said, I don't know a lot about the League of Legends side of it because I don't subject myself to that fucking torture. But
I just know it
but
has 1,000 different characters and a lot of different types of characters with a lot of different, levels and inspirations of fantasy. And yes, that means that the world, if their unified universe has is by necessity has to have super duper different regions that are impossible to exist right next to each other, but might exist, if they're like a continent away,
and
or
I guess like a problem, I guess, yeah, to kind of interrupt, but I guess a problem I have with the video is this natural assumption that everything has to kind of be downstream from Tolkien, right? Because he's kind of running on that as his like core philosophy, right? That all fantasy is kind of downstream from Tolkien, and like even Arcane, which is something that is completely fucking different on a fundamental level, because you have elements that may or may not have been possibly inspired by Tolkien's work, right? Either deliberately or subconsciously. That means that it's an example of counter Tolkien because it's doing enough stuff differently. When like even though like the more Occam's razor solution here is it is just fundamentally from a different lineage, right?
it's different
Like it is
inspiration. Oh, we're going to use
different inspiration, different culture, different lineage, right? I don't actually know if
we're going to
this
use
is
the Haiti myths. We're going to use the Greek myths. We're going to use the
yeah,
Gaelic
like
myths.
it's not. Yeah, like that seems to be like my main problem right now is just this kind of like assumption that everything has to be connected to this to the Tolkien stuff, right?
And I just want to fight against this concept that oh, look at the world of Runeterra. It's so unique where all these different regions are like they belong to a different universe. Yes, because they do. Because
Yeah,
they just borrowed from every single different culture and inspiration.
I'm yawning. You can tell I'm getting tired. I'm losing.
Oh no, you have no right to getting tired. You just woke
I
up.
know it's weird. I think it's just because the video is kind of dry, and I don't like have a whole lot to really like get angry about or comment on. It's just kind of like, yeah. But anyway.
And the consequences of rapid societal change. Piltover and Zaun feel far closer to a steampunk or Magitech setting than anything associated with traditional fantasy.
A Magitech setting says like they literally call it fucking Magitech in the fucking show.
Oh, Dad, you've watched the show. I've never watched the show.
I'm pretty confident, like, the actual term for, like, because, okay, so, like, the whole thing, right, and I'm not going to get, like, too deep into it, but, like, the TLDR is they're fucking around with, like, magic that they don't quite understand, right? Because magic is, like, a banned thing. Like, it's not good.
Alright.
Like, magic is, like, corrupting, right? Like, there's, like, a corruption element to the magic, right? And there's like the little fluffy guy who's like meant to be like I guess the elf in the situation, who's like the old, long-lived fella or whatever, is like, don't go fucking with this runic magic bullshit. It's gonna cause problems. There's a reason we stopped doing like magic, right? Stop it, right? But the natural human curiosity and stuff is like, wait, this is fucking cool. We can make technology out of this. And so they end up doing a whole bunch of stuff with this Magitech, right? Like creating like transporters and weapons. They have like these little balls of like these little marbles of magic that you put into a thing and it powers it, right?
Yeah.
And so, but over the course of the series, they come to realize, wait a minute, this is like causing big corruption, big timeline fuckery,
monsters, maybe
fucking,
I don't know.
Monsters start. Well, not monsters start. Like it corrupts people, and they turn into monsters, right?
Okay.
People, there's all kinds of stuff going on, but this all got triggered because he said Magitech. I'm fairly certain like that's one of the terms they use in the show to describe the thing. So him being like, oh, it's like more of a Magitech setting. It's like, yeah, no shit, it is a Magitech setting. But
What makes
anyway.
Runeterra so fascinating is that it doesn't feel constrained by a single fantasy identity. One region can embrace classic fantasy ideas, while another can move in a completely different direction. The world is large enough to contain both. That's part of why Arcane resonated with so many people, and even those who had never touched League of Legends. It wasn't relying on familiar fantasy archetypes to carry the story. It was telling a compelling story about compelling characters and used fantasy as a backdrop rather than the focus. And yes, before somebody points this out, this is the part of the video where I'm contractually obligated to remind everybody that I am a Zac main. For all of my League of Legends players out there, consider this your one Zac mention that will probably ever pop up on this channel. But jokes aside, Arcane stands out as one of the best modern examples of fantasy story succeeding on its own terms. It doesn't feel like it's competing with Tolkien in any way, shape, or form, it simply just goes in a different direction. And the success of Arcane proves that fantasy audiences are more than willing to follow. So, where does fantasy go from here? Despite everything I've said throughout this video, I don't think the answer is to abandon Tolkien. I don't think every fantasy author needs to kill the elves. Tolkien's influence is still everywhere.
Like, people are, the world is going to watch this video and decide, let's not use elves anymore or whatever.
Yeah, there's like there's the through line is missing. Don't have actual, what does he want?
Because people genuinely Middle-earth became one of the most important settings ever created for a reason, and there will always be a place for stories inspired by it. What worries me isn't Tolkienism itself, it's the stagnation. Fantasy should never become a genre where creators feel obligated to follow a blueprint.
Yeah, but I don't think they are, though. Like, that's my problem with I guess that kind of is the perfect encapsulation of the problem, right? I mean, you know me. I mean, I was talking earlier before about how the whole like Japanese soft power thing is bullshit, right? About the whole conspiracy, no, I don't think creatives are like contractually obligated to add elves to their fantasy setting. I think they do it because they're inspired by these works that have elves, and they make a conscious decision of, I want to do my own version, right? Yeah. I want to do my take on the elves, like. Even if it's like minor adjustments that aren't even really like that much different, right? Like, I want to do my version, but I'm going to make it pretty close. Or other examples where it's like, no, I'm going to do like something completely fucking different with the concept, right? Or maybe not even do the concept at all, right? But that's entirely up to the individual creative. It's not like there's he's describing it as if there's like, again, a guideline or a checklist of like, oh yeah, your fantasy setting needs to have X, Y, Z, Y, X, B, right? That I don't actually think that's how it works a lot of the time. Like, I don't think a lot of authors or artists or creatives are, you know, consciously necessarily thinking about that, right? They're just having the ideas kind of come to them and then they just do it, right? If that makes any sense.
Yeah, it's just like this video is going to convince people to I don't know. It feels like that. Oh, don't worry. I give you permission to continue using elves, right? This kind of very arrogant, presumptuous, reclaiming a lost empire kind of mindset. I would say. Wouldn't you agree, Naretsu? Like, oh, I grant you the permission to use elves in your stories.
Yeah.
You see what I'm doing? No. Yeah, why is he giving permission? Also,
Moment
like
we
I
stop.
said, that if as every
Hmm.
elf looks the same when you look at the elf, right? The Witcher elves look the
Yeah.
same as the Tolkien elves, look the same as your whatever other elves in Wheel of Time or whatever other show there is. And then you go look at that what their role in the story is. And of course, most of the time they are completely different. And
Mm.
I would say that dwarves kind of have it worse because the dwarves are more often have the same are embodying the same role in the story, right?
Mm.
Where the elves are
Mm.
more popular and have more more roles, different roles in the story to fill. The dwarves in The Witcher are not all that different from the dwarves in the Lord of the Rings, actually. Because the dwarves in the Lord of the Rings are also banished from their homeland, right? They also lost their kingdoms, and they have to regain them. And the dwarves in The Witcher also lost their homeland and all that stuff.
Mm.
And if you then go to the dwarves of something like Overlord, they also are like under threat from in that case they're all mammal creatures, but they have their kingdom and all that stuff. So in that sense, I fear that the dwarves suffer a worse fate than the elves. There are more elves, but they all not very. Most of them are not very much like Tolkien. And if you're going to, and if you're talking about elves in grand stories, popular stories, then the elves are most of the time embody a very different place in the story.
Alrighty.
Stop experimenting or trying new ideas, fantasy loses the very thing that makes it special. In short, inspiration is healthy, and copying the same ideas over and over again because they're familiar is not. The good news is that I actually don't think that's where fantasy's heading. We live in a time where traditional fantasy can still thrive while completely different versions of the genre find success as well. Stories like Frieren prove that there is still room to build on Tolkien's foundation, while works like Avatar, Arcane, and The Broken Earth show that fantasy can draw from entirely different places and still capture audiences around the world. And honestly, even if you decide not to kill the elves, that's just fine. Just don't rip off Tolkien's elves exactly. Give them something interesting. Give them a reason to exist in the world beyond tradition. Make them blue. Make them live underground. Make them run a chain of fantasy convenience stores. I don't really care, just do something different with them. Anyway, if you watched it this far, thank you so much for sticking around. I hope you enjoyed the video, and more importantly, I hope the central point came across.
No, not really. I'm gonna be real. I'm pretty sure the rest of this is just gonna be fucking shill stuff. It's only like 10 seconds, so we'll just leave it.
I'll just repeat myself. A lot of elves are have embodied different concepts in different stories. They're not, in that sense, they're not different from having a destined hero, love interest,
having dwarves love beer, that kind of thing.
Also, they are like, and also in that sense, all of them are pretty. Oh yeah, like I said, I already said that one. Elves that are called generic often don't fulfill the same purpose as token elves. They just have they live longer and have pointy ears. And if they don't, embody the token-esque elements of lost kingdoms and haughty behavior, then they're not token elves. And is that then a thing where you're not making them different, or is that a problem because they're just there, you're not doing anything with them? Because these are two different problems, right? Having elves be just like Tolkien and just having elves there existing. I wonder what that is, because like we mentioned in Mushoku Tensei thus far in the anime, elves exist and don't fulfill like a huge purpose there. They seem to grow at the same rate as humans. At least, Sylvie does.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, that's like, like my whole problem with this video is, again, it's sort of like thinking everything is downstream, right? And everything has to be downstream, right? Rather than kind of like, I'm always going on about like, creatives are individuals, right? They are people, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of these types of guys kind of lose the source a little bit when they start removing the human element from the equation, right? Instead of talking about a work in terms of, okay, what were the influences of the author specifically? Do we have any information about that? What can we infer from the work itself, right? And how it utilizes different elements, right? They kind of start to make these sort of like, oh, it must have been like Tolkien inspired because elves exist in it. Whereas it could have been a case of, no, they, like, I don't know, played Dungeons and Dragons, right?
Mm-hmm.
Which is a different interpretation of elves to Tolkien, even if it's related, but you end up getting that sort of clone of a clone situation, right? Where, yeah, it's maybe you can draw a through line, but at the end of the day, it is still relatively different. I'm probably waffling on because, again, I'm low energy right now.
Yeah.
The video kind of sapped a lot out of me because I'm just kind of like, yeah, it's, I don't want to say it's vapid, but it's kind of like, nah, nah. Anyway, let's talk about
It is
anime.
what
We
it
have a
is,
lot
I
of anime.
suppose.
Yeah, we got a lot of the anime to get to go over.
Yeah, let's go
So
over there. Not great video, kind of vague, kind of unfocused. We don't need
yeah.
permission to use elves. All that stuff. So,
Anyway,
I have 4 buttons, Naretsu, because we have so many goddamn posters, so many animes.
pick what, I don't know, prime number. I don't know. Just pick a number.
Was 7 a prime number?
I don't fucking know. I'm not a man. I'm not a nerd.
I think 7 is a prime number.
Great. We can start with fucking Tanya. All right. So in preparation for watching season 2 of Tanya, I watched the movie.
Hey.
So the movie's pretty keno. I very much enjoyed the opening of the movie where they humiliate the communists. It was very, very touching to the soul, Ellie. Very, very, very touching to see the communists absolutely BTFO'd in their own capital. Very good. Although I do love the whole suffering the consequences of my actions that Tanya constantly has to deal with, where it's like she goes to the capital, like, oh yeah, let's go to the capital and do a distraction, right? Because that was the whole point. We're gonna go, we're not that far away, we could just fly there, blow some shit up, cause a big distraction, and then the front line will be like open, right? And we can, like, move. But she kind of goes a bit overboard with the whole, yeah, I'm going to destroy every single political monument, every single thing. We're going to stand on the Capitol building and sing the national anthem of the fucking empire, right? And just, overall have like a complete, like humiliation ritual for the commies, right? And also may or may not have created like a fucking lolicon in the process with fucking communist guy who is now obsessed with Tanya, and wants
Yeah.
the fucking actual pedo guy. He's very creepy. Every time he thinks about Tanya, Tanya gets us the shiver down her spine. It's very funny. But other than that, no, the movie's really good. Like, I would definitely recommend it. You kind of have to watch it because season 2 does literally fucking pick up right after the movie, essentially. So you do.
I do have to say that you don't necessarily have to watch the movie, because the anime starts with, all right, here's Tanya. She hates God, being X, and here she's welcoming that she has a bigger battalion.
Yeah. So to kind of get okay,
Or maybe finish
again,
your movie thoughts if you want.
TLDR on the movie, right? Is we get introduced to Mary Sue. She's fucking cray, not following
Laser
orders.
beams.
Yeah, big magical power, but needs to like stop being an obsessed bitch, and and like actually fucking
Follow commands.
follow command, because she keeps doing shit that keeps fucking everything up. And essentially, the ending of the movie is the important part for the like lead up into the season, right? With the battalion, right? Because essentially, what Tanya tries to do is be like, "Hey, we're looking at the possibility of like a multifaceted world war between like
Multiple
the Americans
fronts,
are probably
big powers.
the Americans are sending supplies and they're probably going to get involved, right? The fucking French are kind of defeated, but at the same time, like it's a problem. The Brits have been kind of browbeaten, but they also may or may not end up being a problem. Now we have the fucking the communists fucking starting shit up, right? There's also like still issues down in the southern area and around like France, like Spain is still a bit of a problem, right? Italy is still being neutral, right? The Italians are still being neutral, but they're like just chilling. We need to like do combined arms tactics, right? We need to come up with a new method of doing war. Here's what you're gonna do. Give me like a research institute for combined arms tactics in the back line. Get me off the front line. And so, and you know, because her whole thing is she just wants to live peaceful, right? Peaceful life, right? Just do peaceful stuff. And the, you know, the guys are like, okay, sure, we'll give you your research institute on the back line. Have fun, right? Send us all of your suggestions, right? And so she does that. And again, consequences of my actions, right? They turn around and go, wow, these suggestions are so good, Ellie. They're so based and smart and cool. Here's what we want. We want you, specifically you, are getting a whole armored battalion.
Whole
and you are going to go on the front
arms.
line. Yeah, combined arms. You're going to get some tanks. You're going to get artillery. You're going to get more mages. You're going to get, you know, a whole fucking regiment, all right? And you're going to go on the front line and test all this shit out yourself, right?
Yes,
she's like,
you've been doing so great
Yeah.
with the previous things we did.
Yeah. Off you go. Have fun. And she has a bit of a crash out. Because again, the whole point was supposed to be, I'm gonna have a cushy desk job in the back line. But it's like, nah.
And turns out, Nametsu, this army, her battalions are trash.
They are retarded. Yes, very retarded. So that leads into the first episode. The first episode is basically just establishing, the battalion's fucking retarded. Mary Sue's healed from getting fucked up by Tanya in the hospital
with some divine intervention.
Some divine intervention happening. Realizing, oh shit, a bunch of my comrades died. Is that my fault? Maybe nah.
Nah.
Right?
I think it's very funny where Tanya is all about rules, 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 follow orders, orders, orders. Or Mary Sue goes here from hey, Mary Sue gets told from hey, no more trouble. I'm sorry, but I'm going to do it again.
I'll fucking do it again. I will fucking do it again. Yes. So yeah. So and you know the anime. You know we have a little bit of a thing like the troops. You know they're you know we're getting the ending of the episode was very funny with Tanya like pretending like trying to be nice.
Yeah.
And it's actually more scary.
It's very funny when she goes from, you all did so great, except maybe you. You improve. And all that guy, if he deserved it, he will get the firing line. It's a very fun thing to do.
Because her whole thing is like she's trying to like public perception. If the war goes south, she's gonna need like people on her side, right?
Well,
like,
even if her battalion goes south, doesn't necessarily even have to. You can win the war and go still on trial.
Exactly. So basically, yeah, that's where we're at with Tanya. Still good, still fun, loving it. It's good, it's great. We'll keep. We will be watching. We will continue. And then we've got 4 shows that you have watched that I have.
Unfortunately, Ratsu, it's only 2 other shows because I haven't got around
time to start culling the herd, I guess.
Well, not yet, because I want to watch the most Doom Yuri ever to have been made. The first episode is out. Sparks of Tomorrow episode came out like in the last 24 hours, so I just didn't get around.
Okay, so that one we can't talk about, and I haven't watched the Doomed Yuri either. I did have it listed, but I didn't get around to it.
So I'll talk about the Trapped in an Atomic Game. Maybe I'll do something controversial and not talk about this on show because this is the 2nd season and it's getting a little bit complicated because you have our main characters living in a matriarchal world, which is more convincingly matriarchal than Shield Hero was. But still, it's lacking in some areas. I'll mention it briefly later. But our guy got promoted to like Viscount. Oh, the very noble title of Viscount, but it's very impressive for a man to have. He got this artifact. He had to give it away. He has a super powerful ship that makes him a little bit scary for the kingdom because he has like a super OP item from the game that could threaten the kingdom, the royal throne. So better give him a title or throw him to like a command to do things so he doesn't betray us, etc. So he was doing this Otome game for his sister because his sister couldn't be bothered to play the game herself, and so he was going to do all the he was collecting all the CGs so she could just watch it afterwards. She's now also in the game, and she is kind of also gaming the system in a different way. And I'm just going to not explain further because there are a lot of characters and a lot of moving parts going on, especially so suddenly in the 2nd season. I was just going to mention that my minor gripe is that, yes, it's more convincingly matriarchal than Shield Hero was because the main characters like, oh, hey, old woman I don't like. Oh, but damn, you still have power over me. Damn, alright, here, I'll do what you want. So that's nice, I suppose. Also, the characters presume, the female characters are possessing the presumption of importance. When he gets a lot of love letters, quotation marks, the love letters are saying, I hereby give you permission to invite me for a tea party. Not, oh, great main character, I love you. Here's a gift from me. They go, no, you can't give you. I am hereby sending this letter, so you can give me a present. So a bit haughty in that sense. But there's one scene where a bunch of ministers and royals are talking about big governmental and important things going on, and they're all men, which is a bit odd in this case, right? In a world which is so female dominated, to have a room of only men talking about the future of the kingdom, it would be it's not impossible, of course, but you would have like maybe one woman, maybe more majority women, but that's the thing. Now the witch from Mongolia.
Yeah, the show that has sparked the Muslim civil war on Twitter. We were talking about it with Ali before the show, but the TLDR on that is that like you have one side that's like the progressive leftist. Oh, this is such a great representation of Islam. Islam is so based. Oh, the Islam golden age, guys. We love Islam. Islam's so cool. Look, oh, you have to go find knowledge, right? Like knowledge is big important in Islam. Okay. Like and oh look, they did the hijab scene and it's so cute and all cool. And then you have, how dare they have naked women in a bathroom together? This is haram. Big Allah would never say that, right? Oh, evil. Good. We're going to destroy Japan.
I'll talk about what the show actually is, right?
Yeah. Talking about what is the actual show? Yeah.
The show is I'll give you like a play-by-play, right? Wife woman goes to with blonde, blue-haired woman. She's a slave, housemaiden, slave, housekeeper, slave. They go to a slave market and they want someone to, another slave to clean the house. They find a woman. They do it for half. The slave trader buys does it for half price in exchange for a young slave, a young girl, to be educated, because the wife is a member of a scholar noble, not necessarily noble, but like a scholarly mansion household. Blah 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 blah. She doesn't really like it, because if she just becomes learned, she becomes more valuable. She will be sold off to a place even further away from home. But she meets like a boy that says, "Hey, better to know things so you can better predict the future and do all that stuff." So she is convinced to start learning anyway. They go, all right, learning starts with learning the Quran. And that's very annoying, and she doesn't get any far, but the boy eventually sends a letter and says, hey, brother, older uncle guy, might you teach her something different from the religion? And he goes, all right, sure. And then that's where we get astrology and geometrics and all, and Euclides stuff going on, which is actually the Islamic Golden Age, where they calculated the circumference and the size of the Earth.
Although something that one side of the argument did point out is the setting actually doesn't line up with the actual like time period of the quote unquote Golden Age. Like it's a bit before, I believe. So yeah, just pointing that out. Like it's not. Again, fantasy anime, right?
Yeah.
And not historical record, right? Not meant to be taken. It's like your Orb show, right? Like it's not meant to be historical fact here. But I thought it was an interesting thing that I saw on Twitter that the Golden Age takes place, I believe, a bit after this is supposed to take place in like real world timeline. So
yeah. But anyway, the Mongols show up.
Yeah, big Mongol time.
The Mongols show up and they go from, hey, that book about the Euclides book about geometric stuff and all that, right? Oh, it's here. It's in the city. Time to raid the city. and get the book. And our main character is kind of upset from you killed my mistress, my fellow slaves, and you stole my book that I was reading, studying from, just because you wanted it. So she is captured by the Mongols. She kind of learns kind of their ways and learns a bit of their culture, but she is always like, I'm surrounded by the enemy. That boy that speaks my language and is an interpreter for the Mongols is also my enemy. The wife of the son of Genghis Khan that I'm going to read her the book that he stole from me, because she cannot read it, I can read it, and I'm going to read the book to her. That woman that wants the book is also my enemy. So she's not here with happy, hey, I can be a witch in Mongolia, yay. She's like, nah.
Yeah.
Nah. I'm not here for funsies. But there is kind of we get some fun cultural aspects. You know the yurts, Naretsu? The Mongolian huts. Apparently the entrance is always pointing to the south. And they do that because at the top of the tent there's a hole. And the beams of the hole on the top of the tent makes a sundial on the inside of the tent. And that's how they tell the time. Just a fun cultural aspect. Also, you cannot step on the threshold that's calls for instant death and all that stuff. And we get some fun historical lessons in that. Oh yeah, this son of Genghis Khan went over there, and this son of Genghis Khan did this, and this son of Genghis Khan
one of the
there.
million fucking sons of Genghis Khan, yeah.
Oh, and the fourth son was the son that was going to be the successor, and the other sons were kind of okay with it. Blah 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 blah. But by the end of the third episode, because we're already on episode 3, we finally meet the wife of the fourth son who is going to become the emperor after Genghis Khan. So we're now kind of face to face to the person that says, I want that book. The cause of the whole death and trauma, and well, besides that she became a slave, that's also kind of the not fun part of her
kind
character.
of an important detail, yeah.
But eventually she kind of got a role, got a rhythm going, got a way out, saw a path of victory, and then everybody died. So she kind of upset about, hey, I had a thing going here, and now you killed everybody, and now I'm halfway across the continent. I'm closer to the sea again than I was before. And so we enter episode 3. It's fun. It has an interesting art style. We get some fun Mongolian Islamic culture things going on. We have an Uyghur. We're basically close to China. We're basically in China now. Eastern China. Yeah. We get some. We met like a Chinese master who was supposedly 200 years old and all that stuff.
Yeah. But
so
yeah.
We got
sounds good.
We got some mainland Asia culture going on.
It sounds good. I'm just, like I said, I'm enjoying the Muslim civil war on Twitter. That's my entertainment I'm getting out. Watching the Muslims fight each other about whether or not the show is haram or not. This is like funny. So anyway,
well, we're in Tengri. We're in Tengri religion now. We're not in Islamic territory anymore.
They're still gonna try and claim it. So it's whatever. But anyway,
I didn't watch Sparks of Tomorrow, so we're moving off the Prime Naretsu with let's do number 9.
All right. I'm waiting.
Oh, more shows we can talk about and you can talk about.
Okay. Let me see. So Digimon, I'll just quickly smash. Digimon's a quick. They big power of friendship. Fucking stop the girl from doing the big bad terrorism thing because of the sister. The sister wouldn't want that. She gets arrested. Yeah, end of arc basically. I think so. Yeah, it's going all right. Let's see. So, Elusive Samurai is how's your Shota boy doing? You doing all right?
Hasn't
You having a
aired
fun
yet.
time?
It's basically
Hasn't aired
airing
yet. Okay,
like
good.
next Friday or something.
Chinese villainous show. How's that
Not
going?
aired like maybe an hour ago.
Okay, so again, we're knocking through them, right? We're trying to knock through some of these. I guess I did watch the Getting Even show. So I could
Yeah.
talk a little bit about that. I'm kind of down. I think this could be fun, right? So the setup is basically you have this girl, right, who is betrothed to the prince of the kingdom, right?
Yeah.
And she is doing basically all the work, right?
Yes.
She is
Kingdom, finance, diplomat.
big finance, big business, creating corporation that's employing people, doing jobs, keeping people off the streets, right? All that, unemployment's down to like what, fucking 2% or something, right? Like big, everyone loves her, everyone thinks she's so cool, right? Well, I mean, even though the normal people don't actually know haven't seen her, right? They just know
but she
that
does
she
things
exists.
and things happen, so it's all good.
So it's all good, right? The prince is a bit of a fucking retard.
Also, super corrupt. Like, hey, can you just give my buddies access to the royal treasury? No reason.
Yeah, my company friends they want to like do big investments, fucking day trading or something. I don't fucking know. But she's like, listen, that would not a good idea. It's not a good idea to do that.
They
it's not gonna
can
go
if
well.
they improve their behavior. Then
yeah, maybe if they weren't doing like big corruption, right? Maybe if they weren't doing big insider bullshit, maybe we could, because she's like framing it as like this is gonna ruin your reputation, right? Like you need to like not, and he's like, no,
how dare you? You're my wife. You should do what I say.
And so the episode kind of goes on, and we also see that he's having an affair with pink-haired girl, right?
And
they're having a little
it's
thing.
funny.
And she because it's funny because she's like, I don't actually give a shit. He's a prince. He's gonna have like consorts of like one or two fucking.
But I
like,
better tell her
things.
from, hey, so you're going to be a consort to my husband, the prince. So
yeah, don't be a fuck up. Yeah, don't be a fuck up.
Don't fuck up and go with other men also, because that's when it becomes a real issue.
It's so funny how like the central conflict of this show starts because our main girl is like, listen, don't be a slut, okay?
But
I'm okay with you. Listen, I'm okay with you being my husband's side piece, right? Just don't fucking be a slut. Okay. And that is like the whole thing, because the girl, like, because the whole thing is she gets injured because like she was like, I don't know, fucking around with someone else or something, right? Also 5-0's leaving. Bye, 5-0. So
have a lovely dinner.
So she's like, listen, I know you're doing some shit. Just can you not be a fucking whore, right? Just be my husband's whore, I guess, right? I'm okay being the cut queen, right? I'm fine being the cut queen. Just fucking,
Yeah.
And that's enough
damaging
the pink-haired girl is like, how dare she call me a slut, right? Like, how dare she call me a slut? I'm going to ruin her life, right? With the false accusation.
Naruto, I'm going to say that she didn't really need much convincing the prince, because the prince was going from, that stupid bitch wife is not letting me have my corrupt friends doing crypto scams, so everybody.
Yeah, how dare you harm my friend and then the night guy, because he like misinterprets something that she says, like, oh, it's the king earlier. I'm glossing over a bit of things, right? I'm glossing over a little bit, but I kind of want to get on with it. So,
oh yeah, it's fun anyway.
The TLDR is they false frame her as like assaulting pink-haired girl out of jealousy. You're
Also-
confined to the dungeon. Fuck you, right?
Yeah.
And this is all happening while the father of the girl and the king are off on like a diplomatic thing somewhere. And the father and the king kind of catch word of this and are like, "Oh, my fucking retarded son."
Oh,
Right?
but she can deal with it herself.
Yeah, she's fine. Don't worry about it. She's smart. She'll figure it out, right? And then they've got her doing the fucking work in the fucking dungeon, right? Because she cares about the people, right? She still cares about the people. And then the maid is like, "Look, they're spreading rumors about you being a fucking cunt, right? And that you're only in it for the money, and that you're evil, and all this other shit. And look, the people are just fucking believing it, right? These fucking people, these ungrateful little shits, right? That you've done all this work for them, and yet they'll just immediately believe that you're a horrible fucking person because the fucking prince says so, right?" And she's just like, "All right, enough is enough. Time to bring out the magic book that lets me learn like fucking 50 gazillion spells, right? Because I can copy any spell that anyone else can do, right? With my magic grimoire book thing, MacGuffin, right?" Breaks out of jail, right? Off to the diplomat of the neighboring empire
that
the
we had
rival
that they had the
empire
war with.
they had a big war with, that she like helped win the war by being like a fucking artillery piece or something, right?
Yeah.
And she shows up to the guy and is like, "Listen, fuck these people. I'm fucking done. I'm so fucking done. I'm defecting to the empire. Give me political asylum. I'm gonna fuck him." Right?
Yeah.
It's good. It's
I
good.
have this
I like
wedding
it.
ring.
I think it's funny.
Let me destroy their wedding ring.
I'm gonna turn the wedding ring into ice and crush it. And I'm gathering from like the OP, right? Because the OP gets like very bloody, and like there's a lot of death going on in the OP. I have a sneaking suspicion this show is gonna be fucking hilarious because it's gonna go like from 0 to 100, right? It's gonna go from oh yeah, I fuck that country to total fucking nuclear warhead, right?
I'm having fun parties with the gals and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Oh, it's time.
Just a casual genocide with the girl.
No,
I don't think it's gonna go that far, but you get what I mean, right? Like it's gonna fucking like. I have a feeling that we're gonna go. It's gonna be like big revenge, very like fun in a fun way, right? So that's what my hope is. So I'm down. I'm down for now. I'm totally up for it. I think it seems like it's gonna be a fun show.
I feel a lot of housewife anger.
Yeah, a lot of, "I do all this fucking work for you, you fucking piece of shit. I'm gonna fucking ruin your life." Right? I'm gonna destroy your entire fucking kingdom because you're a fucking man slut.
Yeah, no, I can, if you were to translate this into the mundane, right? Cooking, cleaning, taking care of the kids, talking to the neighbor, going to the school gatherings, getting to the doctors, dentists, finances, city hall appointments, all that stuff, while my husband is just gambling and meeting up with the
hose. He's
with the host in
sleeping
the
with all the
cabaret
hoes.
clubs.
Yeah.
And then she goes, "Oh, you want to play that game? All right. Time to place some bombs under your. Oh, you're like a mayor or whatever.
I'm gonna cut your brakes."
Yeah.
I'm gonna like cut your brakes on your
And
car.
let me. Oh, my husband is a mayor running for re-election. Time to plant some political sensitive things with the media.
I
or
recall
whatever.
there was one situation like this where the chick was like putting estrogen in his coffee or something.
What? I don't know
It's
if that
like-
even works.
I don't know. Like, there was one where it was like actual poison as well. Like the chick was like slowly poisoning him. Like, and I think she only got found out because the security camera in the house captured her like putting shit in the coffee.
I
Because he kept getting
some
like
true
sick.
crime.
He kept getting like sick or something, and then like they're like trying to figure out how the fuck he keeps getting poisoned or whatever, and it turns out it was because she kept fucking poisoning him.
There's like 1 or 2 channels I follow for some true crime court case thing going on, right? And there's this one case where the husband went from, "Hey dude, I think my wife is trying to poison me." The next day he's dead from poison.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So we will be watching. We will be watching. We'll
Yeah.
keep going with it. See if it continues to be kind of fun, kind of funny. I guess we'll knock Demons out because that's continuing on last season. Man, I feel bad for the village.
Absolutely. That village.
It's
At this point, for where we are in the story, I don't care how evil the village is. The village didn't deserve
like,
this.
I'm not. This is a problem. I'm not gonna lie, because on the one hand, it's like, okay, like the perception of the village from the community or however the fuck side, right? The fucking clan, right? Is like, oh, they keep sending these assassins to kill like the chick, right? And they keep doing shit and all that, right? But from like the actual what we've seen of the village in the show, they haven't actually done anything, right? Like they just exist. Like we keep hearing about these like alleged fucking sins of the village, right?
Yeah.
But we've not actually seen them do anything. Meanwhile, you've got these fucking clan Kanami or whatever the fucking people, right? They're fucking sending people to follow the guy. They're fucking like doing an entire assault on the village, indiscriminately just murdering people who can't even fucking see the demons in the first place.
Yeah.
Like they are just ordinary fucking people, right? They're not even like soldiers in the sense, right? They're just dudes. And they're getting fucking massacred constantly. Yeah, I don't know what the intention is here. Like, are we meant to be more sympathetic to the village? Or, like, again, I have no reason, right? I have no reason to see the village as necessarily morally grey, right? Like, maybe not necessarily evil, but, like, because, like, the clan side...
They're ignorant. Like, as far as we know,
Yeah.
it's just grandma and nobody else.
It's just grandma, yeah. Like from because the clan, on the other hand, right? We've seen them be like kind of morally dubious, right? Like, yeah, they're taking care of Asuna, right? And they're not doing
Asa.
anything like Asa, yeah, you know me. Asa, right? They're taking care of her, right? Like they're doing like stuff, right? And it's fine. And sure, like maybe they're doing like some assassination type job stuff on the side, and they're doing some fucking you know, there's different sub factions, like the uncle guy who seems to be like the main villain guy right now, right? And he's hired like the sword demon wielder guy. Like there's obviously like different stuff going on within the clan, right? And different factions kind of vying for power in different ways, right? So it's a bit morally grey as a faction, right? We haven't seen it. Like, okay, they kept the guy in the village and lied to him, right? About Asa, right? Being in the village with the like blood demon thing, right?
Yeah.
Like, yeah, okay, sure. That's a little bit sus, right? Them trying to keep him in the village and not tell him the truth, right? That's a bit sus, right? But is that like the same as I'm going to murder your mom and your fucking, like, dad in front of you with an invisible fucking sword. Right?
Again.
Is that... Again, twice. Right? It happens twice. Right? I'm on the mind of, like, so far it's kind of a bit one-sided here, right? A little bit.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
kind of... Until otherwise proven, I'm a little bit, it's falling apart. But I guess getting back to, like, what's actually going on, right? So, swords guy comes out of the fat guy, right?
Mhm.
He's fucking people up. He's just walking around, just cutting people up for no fucking reason, right?
Yeah.
Essentially, and he essentially just kidnaps the little girl Asa, who's a
Mhm.
demon, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Some kind of demon. And the little girl who Gabu chopped the head off the mum in front, who's traumatized as fuck, right? Completely fucking just dead inside. They get kidnapped. Fat Man also gets killed.
Mhm.
Because the guy, essentially, Fat Man can, like, I guess he cuts, like, space time or something and is able to transport things. Like, he
Yeah, from
cuts the
one
fat
you
guy
can yeah,
high. He like cuts a
switch
square.
positions basically.
Yeah, yeah. And so he uses that to get the girl and the demon to the uncle guy who's got, like, these lightning, like, demons on, like,
Mhm.
fox looking things, right? Um, and then fat guy again, killing off characters, right? Our poor fucking shaman, Fat Man. He just wants these villagers to have vaccinations, right? Like, the poor guy is just there to do vaccinations, blessings from God, right?
Yeah, yeah.
and and he gets fucking brutally murdered and turned into a message board, right? Like, god damn. Um, yeah, and this is all because, like, the uncle guy is trying to, like, expose our main guy, our Yaru guy, trying to
Mhm.
get him to,
Yoru.
like, Yaru, trying to get him to come and, save the villagers, I guess.
Yeah, the sister demon and whatnot.
Yeah. There's some shit going on there. And then we kind of, it's kind of brutal, Um, I guess we're gonna see how that progresses, because it's kind of...
Yeah, it's feel let's pour one out for the village because it's no
Yeah, let's
recovering from
pour one
this
out.
one.
Oh yeah, that was the other thing, is the childhood friend character is trying to find Yaru as well,
Yeah,
and
I think it was very.
hitches a ride with, like, the horse girl,
Mhm.
demon, who's like, so it's so fucking jarring, because it's like you've got big people's heads flying off, people getting cut in half. Oh god, children crying by their parents, or that have been fucking murdered again. Right? Oh, they've lost both now. Right? They're orphans essentially. Big all this, and then you have, oh yeah, let's take the highway to Tokyo.
I thought
On
that her kind of her selective knowledge was kind of funny,
Yeah.
kind of cute. From though I don't know how Tokyo is and how many people live there, what they look like, blah blah blah. But I know that the that the sign plate was registered to that region over there.
yeah. That license plate is specifically from that prefecture and that location.
Some real knowledge
So,
if you spend all your time on the highways, but not actually in the places elsewhere. That was a funny. But yeah, but just to finish the episode, right? It ends with Hannah burying a body on her mountain, which is apparently the purpose of having a mountain is to bury those bodies
mm,
discreetly. Having
mm.
her not forklift certification, but even like a big gravedigger machine certification.
Yes. So I mean, it's good. I mean, we're being a little bit critical here on this episode, right? But I think it's more just like, we really kind of need to have the other side of the coin drop, right? We need to see the village maybe do something a little bit sus.
Well, they need to be more than just. All right, we're just talking about the village, but I don't think we can. I don't think we can villainize the village because all the people that lived there were basically, people that didn't know any better. Everybody who died didn't know any better, so we cannot. I don't think we ever can retroactively villainize them in any way.
Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, it's like what did the like bad faction of the village do to justify these randos getting fucking
Because
killed?
everybody in the Kagemori clan, everybody owned that land, right? Beyond the
Yeah.
gate where Yuri was captured or was brought to. Every employee carries some guilt in that sense, right?
Yeah, in a sense, even though there's multiple factions and stuff, they seem to be a little bit more organized, right?
And they all know enough to be
Complicit, yeah.
willingly complicit, unwillingly complicit. They have knowledge of the situation and they could do something about it if they had the options or tools or means to do it, right? Everybody who died in the village never even had the option, the idea, the concept of doing something differently.
They don't even know that demons are fucking real.
Yeah. So, Kagamori's looking real bad right now.
Yeah, looking
But
real sus. Right.
but there was like
Oh, yeah.
this weird faction of people of the village clan that lives outside of the village. I mean, Dara and Hana are kind
Yeah,
of part of that. Or
but we haven't seen a lot of them. Yeah, we haven't seen like this alleged assassin side of the village, right? That keeps trying to do fucking weird shit. Like we don't even know like the primary, like what even is the motivation right now? You know, like what
well,
do
we
we?
know that
Yeah,
they killed Asa once. That's how she got her power.
they killed Asa once.
Well, at
They
least we
tricked our
think
boy.
we did. It could be just another
Could
Kagamori
be
splinter
another
faction.
faction. Yeah, it could be a different fucking. Yeah, like who knows? It's complicated. But anyway.
Enough about that. We'll learn
So what do
more
we
in the
want to
next
do first?
episodes.
Do we want to do Ghost or do we want to do Kaiju?
I haven't, but haven't got around. Haven't watched Kaiju.
Well, I want to gush about how good Kaiju.
Oh dear.
It's fucking peak, I'm afraid.
Ooh, go ahead.
It's peak. It is absolutely fucking peak, dude. You have no idea. So, okay, the general plot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because again, I won't spoil too much, right? But the general plot is she is a kaiju, technically, right?
Yes.
And when her emotions start to get out of control in terms of like romantic feelings and whatnot, she starts to revert from human form into kaiju, right? And the general gist is you have a character who's a pretty boy, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's like almost a model, right? And they are starting to form like this kind of relationship. And that's bad because if she gets too overwhelmed with the whole like emotion thing, she's gonna turn into an actual giant fucking kaiju. Right?
Funny, yeah.
Like straight up Godzilla. And so a lot of the episodes, because 2 episodes are out right now, right? A lot of the episodes are like bits, I guess, right? Are kind of like, okay,
Forkamas.
no, it's not like that. It's not full coma. It's not like that. When I say bits, I mean kind of like the reoccurring sort of like motif that's going on here is sort
Okay.
of like she is like the social outcast. Everyone thinks that she's fucking weird, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because she doesn't like to interact with people and she kind of behaves like very weird as like a defense mechanism for the fact that she's could turn into a fucking kaiju, right?
Yeah.
Or like she's had bad experiences of she confessed to a guy and her hand turned into like a fucking monster hand, right?
Mm,
Because it happens like slowly, right? Like she grows a tail or whatever, right?
yeah.
And that obviously is a bit of a problem because people are gonna think you're some kind of fucking monster, right? And that's like a big bad, right? And so she's like there's this group of girls that are like the bully girls, right? That kind of are like,
yeah.
oh, weird Chan or whatever. Like they treat her like she's a fucking weirdo, right? Um, but the guy is like kind of nice to everyone,
Mm-hmm.
and while he doesn't like quite recognize what's going on, he bumps into her while she's like trying to get some alone time, and they sort of formulate this sort of like little bond that leads to them going on a bit of a date, which then leads to, you know, moment of kaiju-ness, right?
Mm-hmm.
Again, I'm gonna kind of dance around a little bit so you can experience it for
Yeah,
yourself, right?
yeah.
The second episode introduces a new character that's fucking hilarious. So
Kaiju fighter.
no,
Oh.
so you have so the kaiju stuff happens, and the girl kind of is like, "Oh fuck, this is bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
I need to stay away from the guy." So she starts distancing herself from him, right? But she notices this other girl shows up and is like really clingy, and she's like, "Oh, that must be his girlfriend," right?
Oh, alright, yeah.
Um, After school, when she's at home, she's about to go to sleep. She looks out the window, and there's a fucking Mothra larva
Ah.
outside on the fuck near the waterfront, and she's like, "Oh God, are there other kaiju? Am I gonna have to fight? What's going?" Like, she goes out to investigate, and it's the fucking girl, Ellie.
Mm-hmm.
It turns out the girl is a fucking kaiju otaku,
Oh.
and she has a homemade Mothra sleeping bag, and she's sleeping outside on the waterfront because she wants the kaiju to come back so she can fawn over the. Oh, I hope the kaiju steps on. I want to hug the kaiju. I love the kaiju. Not realizing that the girl's the
Alright,
kaiju.
yeah.
So that gives you kind of an idea of the humor is fucking great. It's so fucking funny. And also, oddly enough, we even get some fan service in the show.
Oh.
Shockingly enough, there's like several moments of like, you know, you don't get nips, right? But we've
Mm-hmm.
got some nudity going on. There's like a whole gag around like the tail ripping her pants and her ass
Alright.
is showing. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff that happens that's really funny. So I am down. I am 100% on board. We have the hit. Lot of shows coming out this season, but in terms of like outside of Cleavertress, right? Like, because you know how
Mm-hmm.
much I love Cleavertress, right? New show of the season, right? That's like a big name hitter. I think this one's gonna be one of them. I think this one's got some potential. It's
Alright.
very, very, very good. You better catch the fuck up for next week so you can talk about it.
Alright.
Very, very good, very good. So Ghost in the Shell. This will be
Excellent.
an interesting. Yes, another very big hitter of the season.
Got
Um,
some the intro, we got some, I would almost say like 80s manga animation.
well, it is, yeah. So to get to catch, like, I don't know if people are following the news or not. This is a almost like a Ghost in the Shell Brotherhood,
Mm-hmm.
right? In that it is a full. We are adapting the manga,
Yeah.
right? Because the movies and the original TV show was like a kind of like the manga, but it was a lot more. There was a lot of differences between the original adaptation and the manga tonally, right?
Yeah.
The manga is a lot more close to this, where it's a lot more kind of light-hearted and goofy in a sense, and that really comes through here, right? Where Makoto, Makoto in general is a character, right? If you even if you haven't, like, because I haven't gotten super into Ghost in the Shell, right?
Yeah.
But if
I
you
watched the
think
movie
about,
like once years and years ago.
yeah,
I don't remember
if
anything.
you think about Ghost in the Shell, like standalone complex or the 1995 movie, right? And you kind of like think in your head like an image of what Makoto kind of is like, okay? It's not kind of like this really super sexual goofball is a good way to describe. right? Like she's kind of goofy, like a
Mm-hmm.
little bit kind of like, light-heartedly funny, talking about like, getting paid and whatnot, and all this kind of other stuff.
Also, sense of
It's a lot more.
morals.
Yeah,
It's
it seems like the vibe you get from the original is a lot more serious, right? Very super serial. People
all
getting
the
killed,
time.
big
Yeah.
big agent stuff going on. In this, it's a lot more light-hearted. Like, I don't want to say light-hearted because we are dealing with like, oh, they're like brainwashing fucking children,
Mm-hmm.
right? Using like fucking nonsense, and that's bad, right? So it's kind of like serious, but there's like a level of like brevity to it, if that makes sense.
Yeah, there is. What I was kind of feeling, right, is that's Major, our
Mm,
character. Yeah, great character. We get a from what I remember, it might just be all fake memories. It's probably all fake memories at this point from Ghost in the Shell. That I don't remember getting much into her head, her perspective, her views on things.
mm,
Right? It was all kind of missiony and fate of the world y. Here we get like, oh, these fuckers are diving too deep in my brain, assholes.
mm. Yeah,
Oh,
they're
you're talking
seeing.
shit
Yeah,
about me? I heard that. Oh no, I didn't mean it at all. You're so great. Good. Good to hear.
yeah. So in terms of like, so I don't know if we need to really talk too much about plot in this case, right? Because I feel like
Apparently, this is
it's.
like this was the prologue. Prologue.
Yeah, this is kind of like covering because obviously the opening is very much the movie opening, right? Like in a sense, right? And I think that was a good decision because it kind of really differentiates again the difference in tone that's going on. But I want to kind of shift into kind of talking about the visuals, right?
The
Because
face. Oh, I mean, I can talk about the visual.
because holy shit, it's like you're telling me that okay, I'm gonna do the thing that I always criticize people of the Japanese, right? Those
Mhm.
Japanese people, Ellie. You're telling me the Japanese could just recreate the fucking 90s anime style any fucking time they wanted, right? They could just do it, right? Like there's nothing stopping them from recreate because this like if you told me that this fucking aired in 1996 instead of 2026, I'd fucking believe you, right? Like
Mhm.
I would like if you told me as like a 5-year-old, hey kid, this came out in 1996, right? Or something. I'd be like, sure, dad, right?
Look, if they look,
That
it's the
looks like other
manga. It's the
things.
same.
This looks like this looks like Akira or something, right? Like this looks
Yeah,
like something else that I watched from the 90s. Like no, like straight fucking up, right? It nails the aesthetic completely, right? It's absolutely insane. It's absolutely insane how well they pull it off.
but it kept
And
it's super fluid. All the Spider Max look are so fun. They
yeah,
also they have mouths that talk. I don't know if they actually do in that
mm,
physically in the universe like that, but personality wise, it's very fun to see like that. Her faces, her many different type faces with weird smiles, angry looks, jagged shark teeth or weird wobbly mouths.
mm,
All great, all fun. Her voice, her mannerisms, also very fun. But when they want to do some fancy action, when they want to follow a bullet piercing through 5 layers of wall, spinning around the camera, spinning the camera around that one bullet, they can do that. Um, Action, fluidity of scenes.
mm. Yeah, it's like I said, it nails it. It really fucking nails the aesthetic
And her
completely.
the outfit that major that she's wearing when her camouflage flash effect was neat. When she has like a life, her combat kind of life vest, for on seas looks neat. And then when she has like a stylish suit on with like puffed up shoulders, real nice, real almost. Is that? I feel it's more like 80s style almost, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's really again, it's like I said, it all feels very authentic, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it all feels super fucking fluid and super like well crafted.
Nothing but praise.
Yeah, it's good.
I don't.
Yeah,
I don't even
nothing
care.
but praise. No,
I don't even care about those stupid small Japanese text goes too small. All right, whatever.
Yeah. It's like whatever. No, it's fantastic. It is I'm very hyped to continue watching it. Definitely going to be one of the standouts of the season. But I mean, it was always going to, right? Because it's Ghost in the Shell. We went. Well, I think once we heard about it being like a direct adaptation of the manga, there was a lot of
people
hype
were like,
around it
"Oh,
to
that's
begin
interesting.
with.
Oh, Science Saru.
Yeah.
Dan.
Yeah.
They probably know what they're doing.
Yeah.
And oh, damn, they absolutely know what they're doing."
And one of the things I wanted to point out that was really cool was so there's like a scene in the beginning where a guy's head gets blown off.
Yeah.
Right? And the way they kind of like because you could like it's what I like to call creative censorship in a sense where it's not censored because they want to censor it, right? Like it's censored as like a stylistic choice, right? Because the head explodes and it explodes into like pixels, right?
Static red.
Yeah, like it's like it looks like a live leak video that's been censored, right? Like it's got like this pixelization effect to it that makes it like almost more graphic in a way, even though it's not like realistically depicting the gore, right? You're seeing this head explode and it's like super like filtered and again it's artistic, right? And I think it ties into kind of like this cyberpunk aesthetic that it's always had
Also,
it going for.
just fun detail, right? The world setting, it is very of the time. The 90s, the Akiras, the cyberpunk to have characters go, oh yeah, I have an affidavit with the asylum. Oh, then I go with the extradition request. Oh, do you have the proper paperwork for that? Like. Political, diplomatical fighting when there are people having guns in the room. That's very cyberpunky. I mean, that's actually, it's very. Oh no, you have to go through corporate. Well, I have a gun pointing at your head. Do you have the correct paperwork to shoot that through my head? Nah, I don't care. And then Major shows up, and well, she actually had the paper that's to have a kill. But anyway, no, good stuff.
No, it's good. It's good. It's good. It's good. So, alrighty.
All right, Villainous is still not out. Likewise with Elusive Samurai.
What we got next?
Let's do this one.
Let's see what we got.
Actually, like we have a good balance in with
a little bit of a good balance. So I haven't done Nanoha yet.
Mm-hmm.
I haven't done Nanoha. I don't know. Did you do Nanoha?
I did Nanoha.
Okay, you talk about Nanoha.
All right, so just to go over it globally, right? This is a different setting.
Okay.
Earth got invaded by weird, mostly sea animals, and most of the world, or at least Japan, is kind of fractured. Cities abandoned, humans live in like small isolated communities where if monsters show up, you have to kill them yourself and you get bounties for it, but otherwise no real centralized, government command. Although the United Nations exists and, Japanese government exists, but they are too busy with big monsters everywhere to bother with your one monster or two in your smaller community. So But main character, her sister, blah blah blah, trauma, sister gone, she gets power up, and then she's solo. She leaves her small, home. Her hometown gets destroyed, JRPG style. She got a power up, a destiny, and then she heads out to the mainland to destroy bigger monsters, more monsters, blah 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 blah. And then we see a huge monster, and that is not a problem per se. The problem is that the huge monster is going to wreck her base camp that she just set up. Oh no. But then she sees a girl next to the base camp. And that girl, Nametsu, is Nanoha in the flesh with her staff. And then I clapped. Like,
and then, yeah, I understood that reference.
That's Nanoha. She's great. And she's not the adult Nanoha, she's young again. So that's why I also said this is a completely different setting with different powers and enemies, because the enemies in Nanoha were, I don't even remember. I only remember like Fate as the enemy.
It's been 2,000 years.
Yeah, and maybe they're like evil, monsters of the dark or whatever. But I only know like the human enemies, like Vita and like I said, Fate and Hayato. Although Hayato is also exists in in this universe again as like a commander again, like she did in after she was hit with the pink beam of friendship, as it was always called. But I look forward to. We see more characters in the poster. There's Fate in the poster. We see Vita in the poster. Hayato was Yagami was in the show already. We have Nanoha. It's good to see her back. So I'm very excited to see more of her. So, sorry, I said I have a good balance, but actually I have 3 shows that I only watched. Oops.
Yeah. So I guess, so I didn't get to Red River. Didn't get around to that one. Might get around to that one. I don't know. Like, it's kind of in flux right now because there's so many fucking shows, and I'm sure there's going to be ones that are going to like slip through the cracks at some point.
So I watched Red River, and Nuretsu, it's actual decades since I read that manga.
Yeah.
But I remember. Oh yeah, that did happen. Oh yeah, I remember. Did that happen? I vaguely remember something like that. Oh yeah, she did come through a well. Did she meet the prince actually like that?
Yeah, but, I think for the sake of time, right, we need to kind of like condense things a little bit. So, what is it? Is it a good adaptation? Is what I'm going to ask.
I remember it as an accurate adaptation up till now. From what I vaguely remember. It's interesting to see. I will continue watching to see if I remember more.
Yeah,
things.
we might have some shows that we will continue to watch, but we might not do like the play-by-play.
Oh, especially with as I already mentioned, my convoluted Trapped in an Atomic game, because there's so many characters.
Yeah, like we're gonna probably have a few shows that we'll be watching, but we might not like bring up unless we kind of feel like there's something interesting to talk about.
Something I can talk about, Naretsu, Love Unseen. Naretsu, she's blind. She's actual super blind.
Oh no, she real blind.
Real blind.
Blind girl.
So
she'd be blind and blinding.
So while she's blind, and she knows she's blind, and she has been blind, can you imagine? Our main character is from a troubled, divorced family, has big trauma about it, doesn't want to stand out, has issues trusting people, blah 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 blah. So when he gets to talking to her, and when she says, blind girl says, "Oh, fireworks! I like fireworks," he immediately goes from, "Huh? That's weird. Are you saying that only just to say that to say that? Or actually, is it actually true? Because I have issues believing that." He says this internally, right? So he's kind of trust, abandonment, connecting issues, all that stuff. But in the meantime, we get Naretsu some blindness, disability education over here.
Hey,
those tiled street pavement things.
Yes, 99% of people don't know that when you're on the street and you see those like weird, like sort of raised up tile looking things, right? A lot of people will think, oh, that's like grip, right? It's for, if you're at the street crossing and there's like the thing, it's like, no, actually that is for walking sticks, so that the blind person can use it as a guide to know, oh yeah, I'm walking on the on the sidewalk, and that is the direction of the sidewalk, right?
So don't go blocking it, asshole.
Don't. A lot of people don't know that. Which, I mean, fair enough, because it is kind of hyper Pacific, right? Information, and of course, not everywhere has that kind of stuff around. Like, but a lot of the time, if there's like, usually you'll also have it like, obviously to indicate like, okay, here's where the crossing is, right?
Yeah.
Here's where the
But
street. Don't walk into the middle of the fucking street. Right?
Yeah, so we get kind of that. She is, as life is, she's okay with being blind. Well, he has this, this awkwardness about, oh, she's blind, but she's okay with being blind. I'm feeling sorry for her, but it's kind of wrong to feel sorry for her because this is how she's living and she's okay with it. Why am I feeling sorry for something which is normal for her? Blah 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 blah. So we got this kind of emotions going on. We also get some, education, like she is like a vending machine, and vending machines are not really labeled with anything, right? Just buttons and a picture, but you cannot, feel a picture. So she is the designated one vending machine as her vending machine, where she knows where these things are. And if she wants a specific thing, because otherwise she will never know what she'll be getting. And other things like, hey. How do you know I'm talking to you?
Yeah.
You're blind. You don't know I'm talking to you.
I am blind. I can't actually see you. Yeah.
So we get some etiquette lesson, like if you're talking to somebody who's blind, go, "Hey, Naretsu." And if the blind person doesn't know you very well, "Hey, Naretsu, Ellie speaking." La 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 la. Because you might be able to see who somebody is, but you may not be able to hear who somebody is, and all that stuff. So we get some more lessons like, hey, apps can scan text and say it out loud and all that stuff, and blah blah blah. But we got some trauma unpacking going on here, so I'm all into it. Alright, Netsu, goodbye Lara. I'm Peak, I'm afraid.
Okay. Goodbye. It's Peak, I'm afraid.
It's Peak.
Yes, it is Peak. So TLDR, have you ever wanted to watch The Little Mermaid but Japanese? Well, here you go. Here's your first episode of Goodbye Lara. So I believe, because I kind of looked into it, it is the studio's 15th anniversary project thing. And it's the same studio that did Made in Abyss and Shield Hero.
Oh yeah, I remember.
So two completely different quality accesses, right?
Because this looks completely 90s, or maybe like early 2000s.
We're having a 90s comeback with Ghost in the Shell and this, right? Because both. Again, it's like it's like you guys could do this the whole time, right? You guys could just.
Nah, I don't feel like I don't have to worship the 90s.
I am memeing about it. Like, obviously, I don't actually think that, but like, it's just funny to say, right? It's just funny to say.
All right.
But basically, yes, this is an anniversary project, so I think it's pretty clear that they put quite a bit of work into the visuals and the vibe, right? Because it is a retelling of The Little Mermaid, but it obviously deviates a little bit into being a bit more of a tragic story of, yeah, she's so obsessed with the humans, and then she falls for the trickery of the Grace, who's like the aunt that's the witch, right? And does the whole become a human with the potion, can't talk, love the guy, big romance. Oh no, you're actually a fucking fish.
Fuck off.
You don't actually have 7 vaginas. If you've ever seen that meme,
Yeah,
the
yeah, I
fucking
know.
Little Mermaid
It's
meme, the fucking
old.
7 vaginas. 8 legs, 7 vaginas. Fucking classic. Yeah, so basically she turns to foam, and this leads to big, oh shit, the magic leaving the kingdom, the light is gone, oh, what do we do? Grace is like, yeah, no, come to my kingdom, or whatever, like, yeah, big stuff going on. So this kind of ends with our girl waking up from the clamshell. She's still alive somehow. We don't know
Eats
how.
a fish.
Eats a fish. Yeah. Looks in the mirrors and kind of figures out, okay, everyone's in like stasis. Grace is like, okay, here's the deal. Have a better ending to your story, and I might fucking, I don't know, save everyone or whatever. Right?
Yeah,
Like
and
that might.
your power of love will be able
Power
to
of love. Here's the potion. Have fun. Shot into Tokyo, right? Modern Tokyo,
Yeah,
or I guess maybe Okinawa. I don't know. I don't know what the city is. I think it's like Japan.
Japan.
It's modern Japan, right? You have
Mhm.
been shot to modern Japan. Introduction to possible Yuri girl punches the shit out of Lara on landing.
On site.
Yeah, but the classic reaction to mermaid falls from the sky. You fucking negate the fall damage by punching the mermaid.
But
So,
to do more generally, right? Great
okay,
animation,
yeah.
great style,
Oh yeah,
story
fantastic
concept.
animation.
I
Yeah.
love the story concept. It's
Yes.
not
Yes.
dumb Atlantis. There's some actual differences going on here.
Yeah,
It
there's like some
feels
deep lore.
it
Yeah,
it
there's
feels
deep
very
magic lore.
original.
Yeah.
When our Lara gets blown into modern Japan, we see a glimpse of a character that we kind of seen already under the sea with a familiar looking ring.
Yeah, it's implied. I'm guessing that's like one of the sisters,
Mm-hmm.
because she has like a blue-haired sister and a red-haired sister, and I think that's the blue-haired sister.
Yeah.
And she has like the ring that
Yeah,
like
the royal ring.
detects the royal ring. So I'm assuming that's going to be like an important plot point going on. Because we will be watching. Very interesting. Very 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 fun. Shoujo lovers do be eating good this season.
Yeah, maybe Yuri lovers even.
Yuri lovers, shoujo Yuri lovers do be eating good. So, Country Bumpkin Man.
Your time.
He is doing the Country Bumpkin thingamabobs. The general gist of the first episode is basically, hey, I'm one of the magic student, right? The magic student is like, hey, I'm trying to teach like magic swordsmanship, but I'm shit at teaching. I need you to come and teach these kids how to do the sword. Because she teaches by basically being like, turn to textbook page 52689. How does this work? I don't quite understand this, like, counterclockwise. Well, you see, clockwise is that direction, and counterclockwise is the other direction, right? Not really helpful. So yeah, that's kind of like the setup. And it's fine. I enjoyed the first season, so I'm going to continue it and see how it kind of plays out. It's fine. It's okay. Not a whole lot else to say. It might end up being one of those ones where, like, unless something like actually interesting happens, I probably won't talk about it.
Mm-hmm.
But again, we'll see how kind of we go in terms of shows. So, what's
Next
because
slide.
we have a fuck,
We're at
man.
9. That was the last slide already. Ooh, it took a while.
Oh, thank Christ! Oh, thank God.
All right,
So,
Wilderness Dancing is out. I haven't bothered.
Wilderness Dancing is gone.
I haven't
Rip.
bothered watching the second episode of the over animated show. I might get this to the second
Okay.
episode, but I'm not actually going to watch it seriously.
Yeah. Okay. Rip.
Blah blah blah. I haven't got around watching this new one, but I want, so it's still here.
Okay.
For me personally, Naretsu, I haven't found the motivation to watch this show because it felt this the first episode, the Kamui. I didn't feel the first episode didn't really grab me. So
yeah, I'm gonna be so because like it wasn't really the first episode. It was more like the short thing afterwards in the bar. I watched the second episode and it's about like a Ouija board spirit that's like a fox girl.
Yeah.
And the guy like shows like the guy astral projects himself into the classroom naked. And fucks the Ouija board while the girls are trying to do the Ouija board, and the Ouija board is like, oh, I'm coming. and the girls are like, what's coming? Something's coming. What's coming?
Oh, like that. Yeah.
So it was kind of funny. Right? It's kind of good, and it's established that the guy is kind of like he's a bit of a weirdo, but he does have a heart of gold, and he does care about the main girl, because the main girl is like attracting all these ghosts, right? Like big ghosts. You know, she sees the ghosts. The ghosts are attracted to her. The ghosts are trying to fuck with her, right? And he like he keeps like waking up she wakes up and he's like standing in her room like fucking naked like half asleep, and she thinks it's him sleepwalking, but what it actually is he literally spends the whole night fucking all of the ghosts that fucking show up to try and mess with her while she sleeps.
So he has constant orgies around her.
Yeah, so he's having the time of his life basically. And so it is funny, right? It is funny, right? I'm enjoying it. It's okay. I will say the short show section was not as funny this time around. It was I kind of skipped a bit of it because it was kind of boring, because it was basically just like, oh yes, you have like the fox girl and she like can't talk, but then she drinks and then she can talk, and then it's like, oh okay, so it's fine. Again, this might be one that ends up being I'll keep watching it but might not talk about it, right? Because it is a short show and there's only so many times I can say, oh yeah, he fucked that ghost real good, right?
Yeah.
So if anything exciting happens, I will comment on it. But if not, we might be able to take it off the list. At least something, put it in the reserve list. Maybe you need to make like a separate slide that's like reserve shows that we may or may not talk about every week. Right?
I'm going to consolidate these slides when we get enough. We whittle down the shows
when we're more solidified. Yeah. Other than that, haven't started Chainsmoker.
I did. I ended up watching both episodes, and Naretsu, our main character, our main cat, is a complete lost cause. It's kind of
girl failure. Yeah.
It's just funny. She's so doomed, so lost to society as a whole. There is also like it almost feels like a big, hey, don't smoke, kids. Look at this. This actually feels. It's of course funny, exaggerated. It's cat girls, but it's also like, oh wait, she's actually like a menace to society in a way in which drug addicts with cigarettes are dominated. Their whole mindset, their whole lifestyle, or revolves around their addiction. So I think it's a kind of a good show in that sense. It feels like a
I've heard it.
genuine show.
Yeah, I've heard it described as anti-smoking propaganda, um, which is good because smoking's not good, right?
Mm-hmm.
So um, yeah, I
It
haven't gotten around to
also
it. Yeah, I'll let you finish.
just to right. So, but at the end of the first episode, or not necessarily end, but we get introduced like to this little sister of our heavily addicted
Mm.
main character, and we kind of see how, although the little sister cares for her, and our main character, how our horrible chain smoker, and she desperately needs help. The help that our little sister gives is super counterproductive, because
Mm.
although our main character does need help, it kind of coddles her. It
Right.
takes away the consequences of her actions, because if she gets constantly sick from her terrible lifestyle and attitude and addiction, and every time she gets sick she gets taken care of by little sister, then she doesn't need to take actions from getting sick, because every time she gets sick she's getting taken care of, right? So we get that kind of dependency. All right, the second episode, nerds, so we get introduced to druggy. We start out with weed,
Oh yeah.
big illegal, and then we quickly move on to
Heroin. Yeah,
injections.
that's heroin. Yeah,
Basic.
heroin. Big illegal, even bigger illegal.
Yeah.
Um,
Here I'm going to do some quick cultural thing, cultural critique, maybe even, where Naruto, for us, right? For me specifically.
yes, I know you Dutch boys love your weed. Okay, I
Yeah, but
know.
it's very Japanese to have, oh, this character does drugs, weed and heroin, like they're the same thing, right? They're
well,
like on the
well,
same
to be
level.
fair, like weed and heroin are probably the two most well-known drugs globally, right? So I don't know if it's like deliberate, right? It could just be, oh, you know, those are the two main ones that the author can kind of think of, right?
But it's a very like
Although I
Japanese.
will say, yeah, there is like I know that Japan is a lot stricter on the drug use than other countries tend.
So I kind of
So
felt, that Japanese mindset. That if you do weed, you might as well do heroin. That there's no.
yeah, you might as well look. If you're gonna cut your finger off, you might as well cut your hand off. Okay, right? Like
There's no difference. Absolutely no difference between them.
yeah. So I get what you're saying. Yeah.
So I kind of felt that I felt that kind of cultural thing going on. Other than that, we get introduced to a fourth character, or fourth cat girl, who is not addicted really, other than that she's kind of putting a big persona on. Putting, oh, I'm an idol, la 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 la. Well, in actuality, she's kind of just as horribly bad personality wise as everybody else can be, but she's not horribly addicted in any way. What I get, Retsu, from her character is first kind of solid hints of that that the cat girls are almost like a stand-in for a semi-discriminated population. Because we get revealed that if you're a child to both, if your parents are both cat people, beast people, anthros, then you don't have a last name. And if you don't have a last name, your test score on school gets reduced by 5 points. You're not writing in your name, deduct a point. A full point. So we get this weird systematic discrimination where if you don't have a last name, you're getting penalized in school for something that is not your fault. And then there's also the other part where we although we see all our main characters, all our characters, Noretsu, are from a lower class environment. So I don't expect our main characters here to see fellow to be in a position to see high paying jobs and see their fellow cats being there in their high fellow jobs. Though every time we go to like a doctor or even just the city hall, all of the employees there are humans, and every time we go to a workplace that is lower class, the grimy factory work or whatever, it's everybody is a cat.
So you're saying big societal commentary, racism
We see
going on here.
some. I see some hints of these cats have it a little bit rougher than they really need to be, right? Why is this the rule that if you're born from two beast people, you don't have a last name, and that is hurting you academically outside of your control? You could be the best student ever, but still be penalized.
Well,
for
I'm sure you'll keep us updated on it.
Yeah, so that's interesting. Ends up Naretsu that our girl is wants to do the whole idol act. Her first name is Hameko. All the characters are like Finko, Yaniko, Yakuko, from Neko basically. She wants her last name to have a last name. So she goes with like a Kira name of Yuri, Yura or something. Not Yura. No, it's translated as easygoing angel, right? But then she has like a star in there. And then those government officers go from, well, we cannot put symbols as names. Well, the star symbol, right? If you shift 8, that star symbol can also be anus. So let's just put anal there. So her name is Hameko Easygoing Angel. Easygoing Anal Angel. Which is even worse, Naretsu, because Hame means raw. As in life, as in raw fuck.
Oh, great.
Raw fucking easy, raw fucking anal angel.
Yeah.
Easy lay anal, whatever.
Well, like I said, the show does seem kind of funny, but it might be one that just falls through the cracks for me because I'm not 100.
It's very funny. It's very well animated, and
it's one of those things. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like if it was a more dry season, I'd probably pick it up. But because I'm watching so much fucking shit, it's like I gotta cut the line at something, right? Like I gotta kind of draw the line somewhere. But I mean,
also
the
OP is very nice.
Yeah, I've seen the OP with all the references and stuff. Right, so Cleavertress. I can quickly kind of get through Cleavertress because it's obvious it's like setting up. So big wars happened, obviously. Okay, time to negotiate. Right?
Yeah.
So they get the emperor of the fucking empire. They get like the other country and the country that got fucked up, right? And they basically TLDR come to a agreement of, okay, we're gonna open the border to the empire for 2 years, so you guys can come and have a look around. The guy from the last season who was the dude who got turned inside out by the fucking god guy, the beast dude, right? He started this like magic school, right? And that's probably where you're gonna find like other magical bullshit, right?
Yeah.
And how the fuck he managed to do his magic, right? So everyone's trying to like figure out, okay, we need to go to the magic school and find his like secret room that nobody knows where the secret room is in the magic school, right? Where he was doing all of his research and shit, right? Even the emperor of the empire himself doesn't know where it is, and so he sent the girl that like had the magnetism powers, because she kind of vaguely remembers details about the room when she was like there, but she doesn't because it like wipes your memory or whatever.
Yeah. Also, getting a gem transplanted into your forehead.
Brain. Yeah, kind of. Yeah. So she's now posing as a teacher at the school so that she can infiltrate and figure out where this thing is.
Mm.
Meanwhile, our boy Jen and our girl are obviously going to the magic school because Jen wants to learn more magic because he's posing as the magic teacher for the prince, right? Because his whole thing is he's going to guide that prince's life path essentially. And our girl is just kind of along for the ride because she doesn't really have any other choice. So Jen like transforms her into a younger, like turns her into a teenager basically,
Smaller
and
at
also
least.
does a race change, right? Because obviously it would look weird if you didn't look like you came from that country, right? With the people with the weird noses, right? It would look very weird. We can't have that. We need you to we need you to look the part, right? So
Yeah.
he does some stuff. We get kind of introduced to our cast of characters, right?
I have to
So
say,
we
now,
got
I thought this introduction was kind of weak.
a little bit weak. I would say it's a little bit, but I it's slow going, right?
No, because
we're getting back into the swing of things, okay?
Because
we're getting back into the swing of things,
just to compare to Tanya, right? We get like, all right, fellas, we have now a new battalion, and we're going to do a war, and here there's no real peace conference between these nations. I hope you remember these nations.
Yeah, it just kind of it does kind of hot drop you in, assuming you'd already watched season 1. Like it kind of hot.
But also you remember like the exact kingdom names and all this stuff.
I mean, I don't have a problem with that. I picked up pretty quick, so it's fine. But okay, so essentially, yeah, we get met with like the gang of goobers, right? You've got like this little tiny little lolly girl with a horn. You got the black guy, the twin bully guys that are like all like, oh, we are so strong. We have alchemical magic.
We were going to throw this bottle at you. Be impressed.
And then we've got antagonist anti-Jin guy with lightning powers. Has a very suspicious looking crest
on his hand.
Yeah, very suspicious looking crest on his hand. Yeah, very something's going on there. And yeah, essentially this episode was pretty much just let's get the setup going, right? Let's get everything sort of up and running. Hopefully the next episode kind of picks up a bit more of the plot. But overall, I'm just glad to see Cleavertress back because I love.
Yeah,
I really enjoyed. I really did enjoy season 1, so I'm hoping that season 2 will continue, quality wise, moving into the next bit. So anyway, Mushoku Tensei, or AKA Eris the anime.
Mad Dog, steamy, stinky girl.
Ali, it's called Aura, bruh.
It was very funny to see everybody from. Wait. Grab sword. Handle swords.
Yeah,
happened like 4 times at minimum.
Yeah, so it's essentially, from what I understand, this is like covering the Eris like side chapters of the light novel that happen kind of in between volumes. So like as the last season was going, this is sort of like the catch up. Okay, what was Eris up to? And the TLDR is she goes to the Sword Nation monastery, learning big swordsman stuff, impresses the teacher by going, I'm gonna kill Orsted, that fucker. He hurt my boyfriend, right? And essentially, yeah, it's essentially a training arc where we get introduced to some new characters along the way.
Nina is
I'd
fun.
say it was very good.
It was fun to see Idol get bodied by Nina in a single strike. Very good fainting animations, I have to say. The POVs were fun.
Yes, it's a very very well animated, very very good stuff going on. Mushoku Tensei quality has continued.
I kind of want to tie it into the video we watched. I kind of felt that Mushoku Tensei does a very good job of implying a bigger world. Like, right? There's I forgot myself, but I was reminded that the Adobe guy, right? The peacock guy,
Yeah.
Richard was challenged by a guy that was his disciple.
Mm.
So his name was mentioned before.
Yeah.
And
he's like the sword emperor of
yeah,
like
so
a different
one rank below
region. Yeah.
God.
Well, it's kind of like okay, because I watched the video obviously as I have been about the cut content. So the TLDR is there are like the monastery, and whoever is the strongest gets to control the monastery. But there are different schools of swordsmanship. So there's like the water school, which is like the school of like the blue-haired girl and
Yeah, with the
old lady,
redirecting
right?
flow, with redirecting
Yeah, and
strikes.
they used to be in control of the monastery until the dragon style or whatever, right?
The sword
fucking
style,
god,
right?
that guy's Pacific sword style, right? Beat them, and then that means that now they are now in control of the monastery.
Ah, all right.
And so each there's like different sword school nation type things, right? That are kind of like in different parts of the world, and they like converge on the monastery as like a central hub, right?
Yeah.
If they're called upon, right? So this guy from like the northern whatever, like Peacock Man, right, is like he is the sword god guy from that different region of the world with a different style of swordplay that's a lot more like about trickery, right? Like
Yeah.
he's got like the dagger, and he's all about two wielding,
The triple
tricking your opponent.
wielding.
Whereas the water style is more about counters and patience, right? And attempting to kind of read the opponent and deflect their attacks so you can find your moment of opportunity, right? And what the guy, the monastery guy, right, is essentially doing is, in order to actually have a chance at beating Oristed, Eris needs to be able to master all the styles, right?
At least
Because Oristed
fight
is,
against all the styles.
yeah, or at least fight against them, because Oristed is like a fucking beast who fucking just knows everything, right? So she's gonna have to like come up with new shit, and in order to come up with new shit, you're gonna have to know all of the shit, right? Put it in Kiwi terms. So yeah, no, it's good. It's good. I enjoyed it. I thought it was a pretty solid like reintroduction, like side quest opening thing. With the 2 episodes. Be interesting to kind of see how Eris showing up is going to affect Rudius, because obviously, like, Eris is a little bit retarded, okay? Because she leaves Rudy with the note that's very badly written, and Rudius gets his ED, right? He gets traumatized, right, by effectively getting raped by Eris, right? And fucking left abandoned, right? But Eris doesn't like. It's like very clear that Eris doesn't see it that way, right?
Yeah.
Like she sees it as like, I'm gonna go become worthy of my man, right? Like I want to be worthy of Rudy, right? I will go off. I'm sure Rudy will understand, Ellie, right? I'm sure.
Well, he did it. He already kind of when Richard came by to visit. Richard said, "From hey, Eris is trash at talking, so
Yeah.
don't be mad."
Maybe give her some slack. Maybe give her some slack. Maybe, just hear, if she does show up, just hear her out, maybe. But no, I'm keen to see where this goes, is what I'm saying. I'm interested to see where we from here. So anyway, I think we're done, are we? We're actually, holy shit.
No, I've childhood friend show.
Oh shit! Okay, quickly, because I'm about to die. I need food.
Guy and girl, but he doesn't realize that the girl is the guy is a girl. Anyway,
the girl is a guy and the guy is a girl.
Nah, I misspoke.
Girlfriend, I knew. I had a girl boyfriend who looked like a girlfriend. I had in February.
They were both living in the deep countryside, hanging out, fishing, whatever, climbing trees, all the good stuff. Then she moved away. He thought that she was a guy. And then
That,
afterward,
they knew in February of last year. Yeah, I understand.
and then later on, he also moved to the big city, and he adopts kind of a from, hey, I am from the deep countryside. This is my first time in the city. As an introduction to the class, hello, and as a method of getting people to talk to you, which is a very effective. Like, this is the first time I saw so many people. As a bus that comes more than 2 times a day, amazing. Never seen it before. But anyway, it is kind of the dynamic of she recognized him, he doesn't recognize her. So there is a brief moment that there's this miscommunication happening. But when they are talking to each other, he starts to realize that she was the lad that he was hanging out with. And Retsu, the fun part is, he smooths it over. He just says, "Ah, yeah, but I was just teasing you. I was just saying mean things because we know each other.
I was just pretending.
I was just having a gag. We're just having a laugh." And
It's
she
just
goes,
a prank, bro.
I was just pranking. And she goes from, haha, oh you. And he suffers no consequences, Naretsu. Oh, I didn't recognize you? Oh, of course I did. Oh, and she goes, oh, good. And he goes, oh, good. And then it's never mentioned again. And I just thought that there wasn't like five. No, not that it would be in these days, in these modern storytelling, 5 episode where he slowly realizes that she was the guy that he was hanging out with all these years ago, probably childhood friends, blah 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 blah. No, it's first episode, and in 5 minutes showtime, he goes from do it. Hey, she's familiar to, oh, she was the guy, and then it's over. But Naretsu, I have so many other shows, or I have so many other romance-centric shows. This is not making the cut. It's a cute show.
Oh no!
It's a cute show. It's not the show's fault.
There's a lot. There's a lot there, dude. There's just a lot of shows, man. There's just a lot of fucking shows this season. It's fucking jam packed, man. There's something
we have
for
our
everyone.
Mushoku Tenseis. I got my bite on the social commentary of Chainsmoker. We have our brutal dark fantasy of Cleaver We got our doomed Yuris that I still have not watched. We got our war shows.
Yeah,
our
we got
witch
Little
shows.
Mermaid and fucking
it's villainous and not villainous shows.
Kaiju girls stuff. You should definitely watch Kaiju. You'd like Kaiju.
We got Ghost in the show. We got too many shows.
Yeah.
Remember that one time I was watching 9 shows every week?
You were watching like 9 shows and I was watching like 2. I was watching like 2 fucking shows. I just had to sit there and listen to you yap for like an hour because I had nothing to say. Oh man! But anyway, I guess that'll do us for this episode. It was a fun time.
Wrong one. This one.
Catch your boys next time.
Later.
So later, boys.